Chapter 1722. Senior brothers, is there anything I can help you with? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people who had taken a few steps back. He's that Lingtian. At the same time, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples outside Duan Lingtian's room also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. He's actually so young. It's not a big deal that he's young. The most important thing is that he's not even 40 years old yet. He's suspected to have entered the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. How strong is his innate talent? In fact, there are only a few people in the mystical sky mansion who have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. Those few people are the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Now there's another one. Hermf. He's given the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. Vice Palace Master Xiao thinks highly of him. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves, but their eyes never left Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they were interested in Duan Lingtian, the saint stage genius who had obtained the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. You're Lingtian? The three Heaven Palace's disciples who initially wanted to break in and took a few steps back when Duan Lingtian opened the door regained their senses at this moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the depth of his eyes. These few fellows actually wanted to break in earlier. In his opinion, this was extremely rude. Lingtian, I heard you're the most outstanding saint stage genius who has entered the mystical sky mansion this time. I'm here today because I want to spar with you. What do you think? Do you dare to accept my challenge? One of the three men stepped forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. This was a middle-aged man with a medium build. There seemed to be a haze between his eyebrows at all times. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, and his fighting spirit soared. Of course, behind this rising battle intent was provocation, naked provocation. Spar. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to say, Don't worry, my cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage as well. I heard that you're also at the intermediate refined saint stage, so you won't be at a disadvantage if we fight. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples turned strange. The middle-aged man was no stranger to them. Although the middle-aged man was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he had been at the intermediate refined saint stage for many years. He could break through to the mastery refined saint stage at any time. His strength could be considered as above average among the intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. It was precisely because of this that the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples became so strange upon hearing his words. After all, in their opinion, even if both of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage, this was not a fair fight since the middle-aged man had a greater advantage. At a corner where nobody noticed, a charming figure stood there. This woman had a devilish figure and an angelic face. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Lingtian, who was facing off against the three Heaven Palace's disciples from afar. A faint smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. Hermf. Who told you not to transfer the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to me? Do you like this gift from me? Based on her muttering, it was obvious she was Wang Feixian. She was also the most beloved granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Originally, although Duan Lingtian had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool, most people did not dare to voice their displeasure, since it was Vice Palace Master Xiao who had spoken up. However, with Wang Feixian's secret encouragement, many people began to make a move. This was how a group of refined saint stage Heaven Palaces disciples blocked Duan Lingtian's entrance. You're right. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the strange gazes from the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. However, he did not care about it. As the saying went, everyone is the only one awake. Currently, this was exactly what he felt. In fact, when he had just left the spirit pool, he had already activated the secret tactic, the divine eye, that Hualao had passed to him. Before the 3 Heaven Palace's disciples could react, he had already probed their cultivation bases. All 3 of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. Let alone 3. Duan Lingtian was not afraid even if there were 30 or even 300 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, when he heard the words of the Heaven Palace's disciple, he also said that he was not at a disadvantage. In that case, please make your move, junior brother Lingtian. The Heaven Palace's disciple standing in front of Duan Lingtian said confidently. It was obvious he felt it was not a big deal even if Duan Lingtian made his move first. He would definitely win in the end. Senior brother, are you sure you want me to make my move first? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes when he heard the provocation from the Heaven Palace's disciple. Of course. I, Huang Ji, am a man of my word. The Heaven Palace's disciple said matter-of-factly. In that case, please enlighten me, senior brother. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands slightly before his eyes narrowed. His body suddenly moved. At this moment, a faint golden radiance appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body as he pounced toward Huang Ji, like an agile leopard. Naturally, it was impossible for him to unleash his full strength now. If he unleashed his full strength, he would definitely be able to defeat and kill Huang Ji before anyone could react. However, if he did that, he would appear to be too high profile. Moreover, if he did that, he would expose his son's true origin. At that time, someone would definitely link him to Li Feng. Even if his disguising secret skill was flawless, and no one would think he was Li Feng, the trouble that Li Feng caused would definitely fall on him. Although he was not afraid, he would still choose to avoid it if he could. Even if he would still be exposed in the end, that would be a matter for the future. As for the fact that he told Wang Feixian that he was Li Feng's friend, he did not expect anyone to believe him. In fact, it was true that no one believed him. However, if he used the same true origin as Li Feng, there would definitely be people who would link him to Li Feng. After all, his true origin was too rare. It was different from an ordinary person's true origin. An ordinary person's true origin was a very common true origin. Good timing. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him like a leopard, Huang Ji narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, the true origin in his body began to stir and appeared on the surface of his body. It was a flame-like true origin. It was none other than the fire attribute true origin. Blazing flame heaven-covering palm. Huang Ji suddenly shouted as he raised his hand. His true origin surged and transformed into a gigantic palm print that was the size of a cattail leaf fan. He slapped it at Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him. The moment he slapped his palm out, the air trembled. It was as though a blazing flame had broken through the sky, blotting out the sun. Wherever the palm passed, the air would be scorching hot due to the friction. At the same time, a sneer appeared on the corner of Huang Ji's mouth. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being flustered. Although he did not use his full strength, he had used 80% of his strength. An ordinary refined saint stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his palm strike at all. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's age, even if he was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he must have just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage not long ago. His strength was limited. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure had disappeared and his palm strike had missed, the smile on Huang Ji's face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. How's this possible? Huang Ji, be careful. He's behind you. At the same time, a voice rang behind Huang Ji. Huang Ji shuddered and was about to turn around when he felt a chill on his head. It was as though a sharp weapon was pressed against his head, causing his body to stiffen. He did not dare to move at all. At the same time, Huang Ji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. From the beginning until the end, he did not even notice how the other party had appeared behind him. In other words, the other party's speed was so fast that he could not catch up to him at all. How's this possible? Don't tell me a young man who's not even 40 years old is a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse? The moment Huang Ji thought of this, he found it hard to believe. In fact, before this, there was no mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the mystical sky mansion. If he's not a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse, how can he be so fast? Huang Ji could not figure it out. Puffed. Huang Ji only regained his senses when he heard a laughter that sounded like a silver bell. At this time, he also noticed that the sharp weapon that was pressing against his head was no longer there. However, for some reason, he still felt a chill on his head. At the same time, Huang Ji turned around and saw Ling Tian standing near him. He was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Huang Ji's face turned grave immediately. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was not a match for the other party. Soon after, Huang Ji noticed the atmosphere was a little strange. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples was looking at him strangely. Moreover, these people's gazes were all fixed on his head. Huang Ji subconsciously raised his hand to touch his head. In an instant, his face turned completely pale, deathly pale. At this moment, Huang Ji discovered the hair on his head had completely disappeared. He had no idea where it had gone. No wonder he felt a chill on his head earlier. As it turned out, he had become bald. Huang Ji was not angry or humiliated by the fact that he had become bald. Instead, he felt lucky. If the other party had moved a little lower, would his head not have been cut open like a watermelon? Thank you for showing mercy. Huang Ji's face turned pale as he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian. Feeling ashamed, he soared into the sky and left. What a useless fellow. Chapter 1723. When the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples saw the bald Huang Ji leaving with a gloomy face, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Naturally, most of the Heaven Palace's disciples knew their limits. For example, the two Sky Palace's disciples who wanted to break through the door with Huang Ji earlier knew that their strength was at most on par with Huang Ji's. Even Huang Ji had been oppressed just now. If they went up, they would definitely end up in the same situation. I just remembered that I have something to do. One of them slapped the back of his head and left in a hurry. It was as though he really had something important to do. When the other Heaven Palace's disciples saw the person beside him leaving with an excuse, it was naturally inappropriate for him to leave as well. However, he still retreated to the side with a flushed face and stood with the other Heaven Palace's disciples. This Ling Tian is so strong. Earlier, I didn't notice any changes in his true origin, but his speed suddenly soared. I wonder how he did it. I'm afraid this Ling Tian is not just an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. He's most likely at the mastery refined saint stage. Mastery refined saint stage? Is that possible? He's not even 40 years old yet. I find it unbelievable as well. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves. When most of them looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in their eyes. A mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse, who was not even 40 years old. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people like this. Those few people, without exception, had all become influential figures in the Debussy subterranean. In the end, they all went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, where there were many powerhouses. Mastery refined saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, who was walking over from afar, regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Is there any other senior brother who wants to spar with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He looked very polite, causing many of the Heaven Palace's disciples to have a good impression of him. After all, there weren't many people who could still be so good-tempered when their doorstep was blocked. Through his divine eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the strongest among the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene was only at the mastery refined saint stage, and there were only 4 of them. As for the Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage, there was not even one of them. It was not that the Heaven Palace's disciple at the peak of the refined saint stage did not want to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. It was just that he felt it would be akin to bullying the weak. If news of this reached Vice Palace Master Zhao's ears, he would definitely offend him. With his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, even if he defeated Ling Tian, the saint stage genius who had just entered the mystical sky mansion, there was nothing to be proud of. Instead, he would be mocked for bullying the weak. Due to this reason, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who came to stop Duan Lingtian were all at the intermediate and mastery refined saint stage. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian asking if there was anyone else who wanted to give them some pointers, all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples focused their gazes on one person. This person was a young man with an ordinary appearance. He had a solemn expression. With just one look, one could tell he was an old-fashioned person. It seems like this person is the strongest one among them. When Duan Lingtian noticed the group of Heaven Palace's disciples were looking at this person, it was easy for him to figure this out. However, he was not afraid since this person was only at the mastery refined saint stage. His name is Guolu. His strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. The owner of this voice was none other than Wang Feixian. "Why are you so kind as to remind me?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as he glanced at Wang Feixian indifferently. When Wang Feixian laughed earlier, he had already noticed her. He also knew she had been watching the show from the side. Unfortunately, it was destined that she would not be able to watch the show. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Wang Feixian must be disappointed that he had defeated Wang Feixian. However, he did not expect Wang Feixian would take the initiative to remind him of Guolu's background at this moment. "Humph. Do I look like such a narrow-minded person?" Wang Feixian said snappily. "You don't." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "At least you have good taste." Wang Feixian smiled. "What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. You don't look like one because you are." Duan Lingtian added, causing Wang Feixian to explode. "Hey, Ling, I'm reminding you out of goodwill. And this is how you treat me? I'd like to see if you'll end up worse than Huang Ji after you're defeated by Guolu." Huang Ji was the Heavenly Palace's disciple who had challenged Duan Lingtian and was shaved bald by Duan Lingtian. "You don't have to worry about that because I won't lose." Duan Lingtian continued to transmit his voice. His tone was calm but filled with confidence. At this moment, Wang Feixian did not reply Duan Lingtian. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so calm after knowing Guolu's background. Naturally, the reason she reminded Duan Lingtian about Guolu's background was not out of goodwill. Instead, she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would be frightened to the point of turning pale after knowing Guolu's background. However, she did not expect the outcome to be completely different from what she had imagined. After learning about Guolu's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, he displayed great confidence as though he was not afraid of Guolu at all. "Don't tell me he can really defeat Guolu?" This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Feixian's mind. It was completely out of the blue. Impossible. However, Wang Feixian quickly suppressed this thought. She looked at Duan Lingtian and muttered to herself angrily, "He's not even 40 years old yet. It's impossible for him to have the strength to defeat Guolu. Otherwise, he's not much weaker than Li Feng." Wang Feixian did not know Ling Tian and Li Feng were the same person. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples, Guolu finally walked out. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded. "Junior brother Lingtian, it's admirable that you're able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage when you're not even 40 years old. We've underestimated you previously. Now I finally know why Vice Palace Master Xiao treats you so well. With your innate talent and strength, no matter which palace you join, they'll definitely give you the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Although the opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to you by Vice Palace Master Xiao without any competition, I think you deserve it." The moment Guolu opened his mouth, he expressed his admiration for Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, he did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would be able to defeat him. However, how old was Duan Lingtian compared to him? He admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart for being able to achieve so much at such a young age. "Senior brother Guolu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His impression of Guolu had improved greatly. On the other hand, Wang Feixian, who was standing at the side, was slightly displeased. Not only did the hostility she expected did not appear, but the scene seemed to be very harmonious instead. However, as everyone expects, I still want to spar with you, junior brother Lingtian. Of course, we'll stop when it's appropriate. When Guolu looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Faced with a saint stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even he could not help but feel excited. He believed as long as the news of Duan Lingtian, possessing a cultivation base, at the mastery refined saint stage, before the age of 40 spread out, he would definitely be crowned as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, he would be excited to spar with such a genius. Senior brother Guolu, please. Duan Lingtian nodded, and gestured for Guolu to make the first move. Upon seeing this, Wang Feixian could not help but snort softly. This fellow is really arrogant. He actually asked Guolu to make the first move. Guolu's strength is not something that useless fellow can compare to. In fact, it was not only Wang Feixian who felt Duan Lingtian was arrogant. Even the other Heaven Palace's disciples felt the same way as well. Who was Guolu? He was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. He was one of the best among the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses. It would be difficult for an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse to survive more than 10 moves from him. However, this new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion a few days ago actually asked Guolu to make the first move. Was he not looking for a beating? Although the group of Heaven Palace's disciples knew Duan Lingtian was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Guolu. Guolu's reputation in the Heaven Palace was built from his punches and kicks. It was not an undeserved reputation. However, to their surprise, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. When Guolu first interacted with Duan Lingtian, he did not feel anything. However, when he was facing Duan Lingtian, he did not know where to start. Although the person in front of him was young, the feeling he gave off was much more terrifying than the opponents he had faced before. I really wonder how he cultivates. Guolu sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. Due to this reason, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. Instead, his expression was solemn as he made his move step by step. What happened next stunned everyone present on the scene. This was because Duan Lingtian actually managed to deal with Guolu's attacks with ease. In the end, he was even evenly matched with Guolu. Half an hour later, both of them stopped and ended up in a draw. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had intended for this to happen. He had a good impression of Guolu, so he did not embarrass him in front of everyone. They actually ended up in a draw. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples, including Wang Feixian, were dumbfounded. It did not cross their minds that this would happen. This result was completely out of their expectations. Compared to the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who were shocked, Guolu was even more shocked. This was because he could feel his opponent was still able to deal with his attacks with ease, even when he had unleashed his full strength. Moreover, he could feel his opponent was holding back most of the time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Chapter 1724. Junior brother Lingtian, your strength is truly admirable. Naturally, Guolu knew Duan Lingtian did not want to embarrass him in public. That was why he fought to a draw with him. Due to this reason, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Senior brother Guolu, you're very strong as well. We can spar more in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled in a refined and courteous manner. The farce had come to an end along with Duan Lingtian and Guolu ending in a tie. Although this was the result of Duan Lingtian holding back, apart from Guolu, nobody knew the truth. Even so, this news still shocked the entire Heaven Palace and the entire mystical sky mansion. A mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people like this. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian in the mystical sky mansion, It also meant that such a peerless genius had appeared in the current generation. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with respect in their eyes, before they left with Guolu, in an orderly manner. When they came, they were still filled with resentment. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to be baptized in the spirit pool in a few days, since Vice Palace Master Xiao took care of him. However, now that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they were completely convinced, and felt that the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool should be given to Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base had already entered the mastery-refined saint stage. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical sky mansion in the future. As long as his innate talent did not diminish, it was not impossible for him to become the supreme mansion master of the mystical sky mansion. After the group of Heaven Palace's disciples left, only 2 people were left on the scene. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian was there as well. Wang Feixian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time without shifting her gaze. The young man in front of her had given her a huge shock. Even Guolu, who was ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace, could not defeat him, and ended in a draw with him. At this moment, Wang Feixian's heart was filled with a sense of defeat. In the past, she thought that Li Feng was the only person in the younger generation whom she could look up to. However, it seemed like there was another person like her. Perhaps this man was not as strong as Li Feng, but compared to her, he was much stronger. Are you done looking at me? Wang Feixian only regained her senses when a voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who frowned when he realized Wang Feixian was staring at him. Bah! Who's looking at you? Wang Feixian snapped back to her senses. Her beautiful face flushed red as she spat on the ground. I'm just asking if you're done looking at me? I didn't say you were looking at me, did I? Are you admitting that you're looking at me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he tried to hold back the smile on his face. He did not expect this great young Miss Wang, who had always been rude and unreasonable in front of him, would have such a shy side to her. Compared to before, she was much cuter now. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian's face was turning redder, he turned around and returned to his room, before closing the door behind him. Bang! Wang Feixian only snapped back to her senses when she heard the sound of the door closing. She clenched her fists angrily and muttered, "What an unromantic fellow!" Unromantic? Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the room, naturally heard Wang Feixian's words. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could naturally feel Wang Feixian's interest in him. Perhaps Wang Feixian's current interest in him was only limited to his innate talent and strength, but who knew if it would change into something else as time passed. Putting aside the fact that he already had 2 fiancées and a confidant, his fiancée Kerr was still in danger. He was not in the mood to flirt with other women. Therefore, whenever he faced Wang Feixian, he would try his best to avoid her. I can't afford to offend her, but can't I just avoid her? There are still a few days left. Hopefully, I can make further progress. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and continued to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that news of him defeating Huang Ji, an intermediate refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciple, and coming to a draw with Guolu, a mastery refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciple, had already spread like wildfire in the Heaven Palace, shocking everyone. He's not even 40 years old, but his strength is actually on par with Guolu? Guolu's strength can be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators in the Heaven Palace. Even so, he's only on par with Ling Tian? Where did this freak come from? Ling Tian, his strength and innate talent, are almost on par with Li Feng, who was the talk of the town. A mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40, has only appeared a few times in the history of our mystical sky mansion. I can't believe it's happening again. Don't tell me the golden age of our mystical sky mansion is about to arrive? If Ling Tian can maintain his current innate talent and progress, he might be able to lead our mystical sky mansion to the peak of the Debussy subterranean, just like the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. There were even some who linked Duan Lingtian to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, it was only after Duan Lingtian became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to stand at the peak of the Debussy subterranean and rival the Mountainshade Black Market. However, they did not know the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Ling Tian's father. Naturally, even Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have come to the mystical sky mansion. Good lad. He actually managed to defeat Huang Ji and come to a draw with Guo Lu. When Xiao Yi, the vice mansion master of Heaven Palace, heard about this, he was also shocked. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was actually a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, his strength was not something an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to come to a draw with Guo Lu. However, even in his dreams, Xiao Yi would never have thought that the reason why the person who had fought Guo Lu to a draw was because he had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Guo Lu in just one move. At the same time, the news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with Guo Lu had also spread to the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Although Guo Lu was only an ordinary disciple in the Heaven Palace, many people from the other three palaces knew about him, due to his strength being at the peak of the mastery refined saint stage. This was especially true for the disciples from the other three palaces, who were also at the mastery refined saint stage. Guo Lu is ranked in the top 3 among the Heaven Palace's mastery refined saint stage disciples. Such a person actually came to a draw with Ling Tian? My goodness! Ling Tian is actually so strong. Originally, I thought his cultivation base being at the intermediate refined saint stage was already ridiculous enough. I didn't expect him to be so freakish. Speaking of freakish, I think Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, is even more ridiculous. Li Feng has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, when he's not even 40 years old yet. Compared to Ling Tian, there's still a huge gap between them. Indeed, Li Feng is even more freakish. The disciples from the three palaces could not help but compare Duan Lingtian to Li Feng. If Duan Lingtian heard their words, he would definitely smile wryly. Li Feng was merely him from a year ago. Currently, his strength was on a completely different level compared to a year ago. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian heard their words, he would only smile wryly and would not explain himself. After all, he was no longer Li Feng but Ling Tian. No matter what, the news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with Guo Lu still swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane. Even many of the important figures in the mystical sky mansion were shocked by this news. Many of them even wanted to take him in as their disciple. No matter how the undercurrent was stirring, Duan Lingtian still stayed obediently in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. He only came out of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda when the day of the Spirit Pool's opening arrived. He opened the door and walked out before he sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard. With a raise of his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. Duan Lingtian took a sip from it. He was waiting. Not long after, Duan Lingtian heard a light gust of wind. He raised his head immediately. Initially, he thought Wang Pai had come. He did not expect the person who came was Wang Feixian. For some reason, Duan Lingtian felt a headache whenever he saw Wang Feixian. He could neither scold nor hit this woman. After all, other than her temper, she did not do anything out of line to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Wang Feixian was the one who had instigated the group of Heaven Palace's disciples a few days ago. Otherwise, his opinion of Wang Feixian would have changed. Ling fellow, you actually came out on time so early in the morning. I was thinking if you didn't come out, I would have told senior brother Wang Pai that you gave me the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool. Wang Feixian walked in casually and sat opposite Duan Lingtian, without any trace of politeness, before she said to Duan Lingtian, "Do you think senior brother Wang Pai will believe you?" Duan Lingtian replied calmly as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. "Humph!" Wang Feixian snorted softly. Her light eyebrows were slightly knitted together. It was a beautiful sight. The instant he saw Wang Feixian frowning, Duan Lingtian, who was inadvertently glancing at Wang Feixian, froze, as though his acupuncture points had been pressed. The reason for this was because when Wang Feixian frowned, she looked a little similar to his fiancée Kerr. As the saying went, the sight of a beautiful sight makes one sad. When Duan Lingtian saw the resemblance between Wang Feixian and Kerr, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this fellow has been enlightened? Chapter 1725. Wang Feixian didn't know why Duan Lingtian was staring at her in a daze. Otherwise, she would have slapped him. After all, it was extremely humiliating for a woman to be thinking about another woman while looking at her. If it was any other man who stared at her like this, Wang Feixian would have already exploded. However, Wang Feixian was not repulsed by the man before her. It was so much so that when she discovered that he was looking at her, not only was she not angry, she even felt slightly proud of herself. "Who asked you to pretend to be so serious earlier? Aren't you still subdued by my charm now?" Huh. Suddenly, Wang Feixian realized that the man in front of her had retracted his gaze. This wasn't a big deal, but she realized that the man in front of her had a sad expression on his face after he retracted his gaze. Especially his originally sparkling eyes. At this moment, they seemed to have experienced a lot of vicissitudes. Seeing this scene, even Wang Feixian didn't know why, but her heart actually hurt. What's wrong?" The pride on Wang Feixian's face disappeared, and she asked worriedly, "I'm sorry, I was a little rude. It's just that when you frowned, you looked a little like my fiancée, and I thought of her." When he heard Wang Feixian's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and apologized. When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian's pretty face suddenly darkened. When you saw me, you thought of your fiancé. As mentioned before, this kind of thing was definitely a humiliation to a woman. I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian naturally understood this, so he straightforwardly apologized and looked very sincere. When she heard Duan Lingtian's apology and saw Duan Lingtian's gloomy face, Wang Feixian's anger subsided a lot. "I say, surnamed Ling, shouldn't you be happy when you think of your fiancé? Why are you pulling a long face?" "My fiancé? Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Duan Lingtian subconsciously opened his mouth, but halfway through, he changed the topic and did not continue. "What do you mean I won't understand even if you tell me?" Wang Feixian said angrily. "You didn't say it, so I don't know. How do you know that I don't understand even if you say it?" "There's nothing to say." Duan Lingtian shook his head. The matter of Kerr was undoubtedly painful for him. If he brought it up again, it would be tantamount to reopening his scars. "Hey, I say, why are you like this? You whet my appetite, but you don't say anything." "No, you have to tell me. If you don't, I'll pester you every day and make it impossible for you to cultivate." Wang Feixian was enraged as she threatened. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Wang Feixian to be so difficult to deal with. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought up the matter of his fiancée. The reason he had brought up his fiancée earlier was to let Wang Feixian know that he had a fiancée, so that she would back off. Who would have thought that after Wang Feixian found out that he had a fiancée, not only did she not show any strange emotions, but she was also very curious about his fiancée's current situation. When Duan Lingtian saw the determination in Wang Feixian's eyes, he knew that she was not joking. For a moment, he could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had really shot himself in the foot. "I can tell you. However, you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else, not even your family. Don't think that I'm joking. Once you spread this matter, it won't do you any good. Even you and the tyrannical saber mansion behind you might face a disaster," Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. I'm serious. He thought that Wang Feixian would be nervous when she heard him speak so seriously. However, he did not expect that after hearing his words, Wang Feixian was not nervous at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and she said with a curious expression, "Hearing you say that, it seems very interesting. I'm really getting more and more curious now. As for you asking me not to spread this matter, naturally, that's not a problem. I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath right now." After saying that, Wang Feixian swore on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He wanted to stop her because he felt that there was no need to swear on the lightning penalty oath for such a small matter. It would be fine as long as she promised him verbally. Although he had not known Wang Feixian for long, he could tell that this woman with a devilish figure and angelic face was more manly than most men in many aspects, even though she was a woman. He believed that she would be able to keep her word. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, Wang Feixian's lightning penalty oath was considered to have come true. Under Wang Feixian's curious gaze, Duan Lingtian told her about Ke. Of course, he emphasized that Ke's twin sister was very strong. Duan Lingtian also told Wang Feixian about how Zoroastrianism's twin sister was. Zoroastrianism. After listening to Duan Lingtian's nonsense, Wang Feixian could not help but narrow her eyes in shock. As a member of the fourth-rate force, the tyrannic saber mansion, and the most beloved granddaughter of the current mansion master of tyrannic saber mansion, Wang Feixian had more or less dabbled in some of the secrets and records in the tyrannic saber mansion that had been passed down since ancient times. Due to this reason, she was not unfamiliar with Zoroastrianism. A long time ago, before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, it was the golden age of the Dao Martial Saint Land. During that era, there were 3 great sects that towered above the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were also the 3 greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the division of forces was simplified in 4 words. 3 religions and 9 schools. 3 religions referred to the 3 great sections, 9 schools referred to the forces from the 9th rate to the 1st rate. The 3 great sects were the 3 great forces that towered above the 1st-rate forces. They were the 3 great behemoths in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They had existed for a long time, but their status had never wavered. This was enough to show how powerful and exaggerated their foundation was. Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great sections. Your fiancé's sister is actually a member of Zoroastrianism? Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like Zoroastrianism has sent many people to look for your fiancé, but she beat them to it? After a long while, Wang Feixian finally regained her senses. After inhaling a breath of cold air, she asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Zoroastrianism has sent people to look for your fiancé, it's enough to show that your fiancé is not simple. At the very least, she's not simple to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been looking for someone who has been missing for more than 30 years. Wang Feixian deduced. Her deduction was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier deduction. However, since the person who took your fiancé away is her twin sister, I'm sure she won't harm her. Don't worry, your fiancé must have gone to the upper province. She should be fine. Wang Feixian comforted him. At this moment, Wang Feixian finally understood the sadness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turned out, he had experienced something like this before. Wang Feixian could understand Duan Lingtian's pain when she put herself in his shoes, helplessly watching his fiancé being taken away without being able to do anything. No one would feel good about that kind of feeling. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he sighed. However, what I'm most worried about is the child in her stomach. After her twin sister found out about our relationship, she was furious. I don't know if she'll do something to our child. Both of you have a child? Wang Feixian stared at him. Yes, they should have been born by now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A hint of fondness could be seen in his eyes. Both of his children should have been born by now. However, up until now, he had yet to see his children. He only knew Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. I can't believe you're so young. But you're already such a playboy. I really don't know how you usually cultivate. I've been cultivating tirelessly, and until now, I'm only at the early refined saint stage. You, on the other hand, have a fiancé and a child. How much time did you spend? You actually managed to break through to the mastery refined saint stage at such a young age. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be heard in her tone. In terms of innate talent, the most important thing in cultivation was time. It was apparent the time she spent cultivating was much more than the young man in front of her. However, her strength was 2 stages lower than his. This caused Wang Feixian to feel extremely unbalanced. You only have one woman? Wang Feixian asked as she stared at Duan Lingtian, as though she was reminded of something. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have 2 fiancés and a confidant. If there's no accident, all 3 of them will be my wives in the future. When he thought of Ke, Li Fei and Feng Tianwu, a rare happy smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3. That's not a lot. Wang Feixian nodded solemnly, causing Duan Lingtian to feel speechless. 3 isn't a lot? In fact, in Duan Lingtian's previous life, apart from a few ethnic minorities, the rest of the people in his country practiced monogamy. Although it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world, he also felt 3 women was a lot for a man. Who would have thought that Wang Feixian would be so valiant? As a woman, she even said that having 3 women was not a lot. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian looking at him again, he was at a loss for words. Junior brother Lingtian. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated from afar. After a while, Wang Pai landed in Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Senior brother Wang Pai. When he saw Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian immediately stood up as though he had seen his savior. Are we going to the spirit pool? Hee. Looks like junior brother Lingtian can't wait any longer. In that case, let's go. Chapter 1726. Wang Pai's sudden appearance naturally displeased Wang Feixian. However, even though she was displeased, she did not dare to show it. No matter what, Wang Pai was still the direct disciple of the Heaven Palace's Vice Palace Master. Although she was the biological granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, if she were to go out, in terms of status, other people would definitely be more wary of Wang Pai. Moreover, this was the Heaven Palace. If it was not necessary, she was naturally unwilling to offend Wang Pai. I'll go and have a look as well. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave with Wang Pai, she immediately soared up into the air and followed them. However, she stayed next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense Wang Pai's ambiguous gaze. Junior brother Lingtian, this great young Miss Wang seems to be very interested in you. Why don't you take her in? As long as you take her in, you'll be the son-in-law of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Wang Pai, please don't joke around. I already have 2 fiancés and 1 confidant. Although Duan Lingtian could tell Wang Pai was teasing him, he quickly explained to avoid any misunderstandings. That's only 3 women. With your innate talent, your future will be limitless when you grow up. At that time, let alone 3 women, even 30 women won't be considered a lot. In this world where the strong are respected, as long as a strong man has enough energy, he can have many women and make those women fall head over heels for him. Wang Pai continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was speechless. Why did he feel that Wang Pai was even more valiant than Wang Feixian? Soon after, under the guidance of Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian entered the canyon on the side of the steep mountain, where the Heavenly Palace was located. The entrance to the canyon was a thin line that could only accommodate 1 person. After entering, he was greeted by a sea of emerald green. Within the gorge, hundreds of grasses grew, and tens of thousands of flowers vied for beauty, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. The end of the canyon was shrouded by a dense fog. Due to the existence of the fog, one could not see what was behind it. Array formation? As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the fog was the effect of a formation. In front of the formation, there was an old man guarding it. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and he looked very old. His hair and eyebrows were white, and he was dressed in gray robes. One of his arms was missing, and he stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this old man was not simple. Senior. Wang Pai brought Duan Lingtian and Li Wuyo to descend before the one-armed old man and bowed respectfully. The space between his brows was filled with respect. Senior. Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian quickly followed suit and bowed. The one-armed old man nodded calmly. There was no expression on his face, and he was very calm from the beginning until the end. After responding, he casually glanced at Wang Pai. Why did you come here personally? Could it be that little Xiao has obtained a rare saint stage genius for the heavenly palace and gave him the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool? Yes. Wang Pai nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian next to him. This is junior brother Lingtian. He's also the saint stage genius that master has obtained for the heavenly palace. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the mastery refined saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the mastery refined saint stage. One must admit that Wang Pai's words had shocked the one-armed old man. At the very least, the one-armed old man who was originally calm raised an eyebrow when he heard Wang Pai's words. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was dull, but when it landed on Duan Lingtian, it seemed as though it could see through everything. Duan Lingtian had nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this at all. Let alone Duan Lingtian. Even Wang Feixian's attention was not on this. Little Xiao. Earlier, they had clearly heard the one-armed old man before them address the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace as Xiao Yi. This was clearly how a senior addressed a junior. It was apparent that as Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai did not react to the old man addressing him as master. It was as though it was normal. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Wang Feixian. Coincidentally, Wang Feixian was also looking at him. Senior, could it be that you're a powerhouse from the older generation in the mystical sky mansion? Wang Feixian asked through voice transmission. I think so. Duan Lingtian was not certain, so he immediately asked Wang Pai through voice transmission. Wang Pai quickly replied, This is the previous Vice Palace Master of our Heaven Palace. In terms of seniority, he's my master's junior uncle. This junior ancestral uncle had lost an arm back then, and his strength was greatly reduced. That's why he didn't go to the upper province with Grand Master and the others. Originally, I should have addressed him as senior granduncle. However, since he doesn't want too many people to know his identity, I've only addressed him as senior. More than 90% of the other Heaven Palace's disciples don't know his true identity. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the old man's severed arm. As far as he knew, even the medicinal pills in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not regrow a severed arm. The only thing he knew about that could regrow a severed arm was the legendary immortal spirit herb. He had obtained one before, but he had used it in the end. Senior. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Wang Pai pass a token that was emitting a green light to the old man. The word spirit was carved on it. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the old man looked at him after receiving the token and said, Go on in. After the old man finished speaking, he glanced behind him. The moment the old man opened his mouth, the mist behind him suddenly trembled. In the end, it twisted and formed a vortex like a door to the void. Duan Lingtian knew it was the old man who had opened the formation. Junior brother Lingtian, go on in. You can come out after you've finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Wang Pai looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced at Wang Feixian. He nodded lightly at her, before he walked into the giant whirlpool formed by the mist. The moment he stepped into the whirlpool, Duan Lingtian felt a huge force sucking him in. After he was sucked in, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black before it lit up again. When it lit up again, a scenery painting that looked like a paradise appeared before his eyes. Naturally, it was not a scenery painting but a real thing. The environment in front of him was a corner of the canyon. It was shrouded by a formation, and it was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. However, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate just like that. Since it was called a spirit pool, it was definitely not that simple. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was rich, it was only comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. As he continued to walk forward, Duan Lingtian saw a small lake through the misty heaven and earth spirit energy. The lake was filled with a milky white liquid that emitted waves of heaven and earth spirit energy. No wonder it's called a spirit pool. The heaven and earth spirit energy here has already been liquefied. When Duan Lingtian saw the small lake in front of him, he finally understood the origin of the spirit pool's name. Although the lake was not big, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the form of a liquid was extremely rich. At the very least, it was much more rich than Duan Lingtian had imagined. With such a good cultivation environment, if I still can't break through to the early refined saint stage, I might as well just kill myself. Duan Lingtian was not confident he would be able to make a breakthrough in the spirit pool before he came here. However, now that he had seen the large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he was almost 100% confident he would be able to successfully break through to the early refined saint stage. Once I've broken through to the early refined saint stage, my strength will be greatly elevated as well. At that time, I'll be stronger than the top young geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian knew very well that due to the uniqueness of the Sun True origin and his powerful body, it would not be difficult for him to defeat ordinary eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivators once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage. Moreover, once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, not many powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage would be able to block his sword. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and leaped into the spirit pool. Splash! When Duan Lingtian leaped into the spirit pool, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, breaking the tranquility of the lake. However, the spirit pool soon regained its tranquility. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the bottom of the spirit pool. He sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy, as he cultivated using the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons carried the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy and circulated it once before it finally transformed into the Sun True origin. As he cultivated in the spirit pool, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was covered by something. This feeling was extremely comfortable. It was as though he had returned to his mother's womb. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Wang Pai brought Wang Feixian out of the valley, where the spirit pool was located. The spirit pool would only open once every 6 months, and only one person could enter at a time. Senior brother Wang Pai, will I have a chance to enter the spirit pool the next time the Heaven Palace opens? After they came out, Wang Feixian immediately asked. It was obvious she was very concerned about this. The spirit pool. The reason she entered the mystical sky mansion this time was not only for the Saint Martial secret zone, but also for the spirit pool. Sometimes she even regretted coming to the Heaven Palace in the first place. If she could go to the other 3 palaces, perhaps she would be cultivating in the spirit pool as well. With the help of the spirit pool, she was confident she would be able to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before entering the Saint Martial secret zone. However, without the help of the spirit pool, although there was still hope for her to break through, the chances were slim. You'll have to fight for this yourself. Chapter 1727. That's as good as not saying anything. Wang Feixian was obviously satisfied with Wang Pai's reply. Naturally, she knew it was not up to Wang Pai to decide who would be given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Humph. That fellow's strength will definitely improve after he enters the spirit pool. Based on the cultivation base he displayed earlier, it's probably not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. In other words, It's very likely that he'll break through to the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool. The peak of the refined saint stage. The moment Wang Feixian thought of this, her heart began to beat faster. Li Feng was only at the peak of the refined saint stage. If that fellow has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he'll be so proud of himself. It seems like I'll have to treat him better when he comes out. If I can form an alliance with him in the St. Martial secret zone, how would the others be able to compete with us? The moment Wang Feixian thought of this, she became slightly excited. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know Wang Feixian had her eyes on him. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation, although he was cultivating outside and did not have as much time as inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy, his cultivation speed here was more than 10 times faster than when he was on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, due to the 99 saint veins in his body, his speed of absorbing the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster. It was ridiculously fast. Ridiculously fast. The one-armed old man who was guarding outside seemed to have sensed the rapid absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy. This little fellow is really not simple. A rare smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. He's not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. If he can break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage through the Spirit Pool, it'll definitely be a great surprise to our mystical sky mansion. At that time, he'll be on par with Li Feng. Although the old man usually stayed here, he had heard rumors about Li Feng. He knew there was an outstanding young genius in the Debussy subterranean who had broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage before the age of 40. At the same time, in the distant Azure Cloud Mansion, a small matter also happened. The reason it was called a small matter was because it was just a small matter among the subordinates. It did not involve the decision-makers in the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. Yun Dong was one of the people in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's outpost outside. At the same time, he was also an old man who was over 100 years old. He could be considered a veteran in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the eyes of the people in the outer circle of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yun Dong could be considered as a high-ranking person. Many of the people at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion would want to curry favor with him. The person in charge of the stronghold was usually rotated between two people, and they would rotate every half a year. Recently, it was Yundong's turn to rest. Old Zhang, I'll leave this to you. I'll head back first. After handing over the affairs in his hands, Yundong said to the person who had come to replace him, "Go on. You must be in a hurry to see Yin Kuan." However, when I left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, I heard he seemed to have gone on a long journey. I don't know if he's back yet. You might not be able to see him when you return this time. The old man who was addressed as Old Zhang said with a smile. He went on a long journey. Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Yundong could not help but be stunned. Then he frowned. He actually didn't tell me he went on a long journey. Looks like he's really grown up now. Yin Kuan was his younger brother. He was also his biological younger brother, his only biological younger brother. The two brothers had lost their family since they were young, and they relied on each other for survival. Due to the fact that he was older, he took on the role of both father and mother. He single-handedly raised his younger brother. Later on, both of them joined the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did they have a place to stay, but they also rose rapidly and made their own achievements. Now that he had become the person in charge of a stronghold in the Azure Cloud Mansion, although it was just a small stronghold, it was enough for him to be proud. After all, the Azure Cloud Mansion stood at the peak of the Debussy subterranean. It was a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussy subterranean, only the mountain-shaped black market could be mentioned in the same breath as the Azure Cloud Mansion. Haha. Say, how old is your younger brother already? Why do you still act as if he's still young? I think he didn't tell you this time, because he's worried you won't let him go out alone. Old Zhang laughed. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go back first to see if he's back. For some reason, after Yundong found out his younger brother had left the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long journey, he felt a sense of panic. He was eager to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Go on. Naturally, old Zhang could understand Yundong's feelings. In fact, he had watched Yundong and Yunkuan grow up together. Although Yunkuan was Yundong's younger brother, Yunkuan was more like Yundong's son in many aspects. In front of Yunkuan, Yundong was both a brother and a father. Yundong left and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to the panic in his heart, he did not make any stops along the way. As soon as he returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yundong discovered he was even more panicked. He went to look for his younger brother, but he discovered his younger brother had not returned yet. When he returned to his residence in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he discovered his younger brother's soul pearl had shattered. Who's that? When Yundong saw Yunkuan's soul pearl that had shattered, his eyes turned red immediately. He let out a low growl as his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. However, Yundong had lived for more than 100 years, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. This was because he knew it was useless no matter how sad he felt. The most important thing now was to calm down and find out where his younger brother had gone after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion. After spending an hour, Yundong asked his younger brother's friends and finally obtained the answer he wanted. He went to Windfall Nation, the place where the Devil Seal tablet appeared before. Naturally, Yundong had heard about the news of the Devil Seal tablet appearing in Windfall Nation. Moreover, when he first heard about it, he was tempted and wondered if he should make a trip there to try his luck and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, when he thought about it again, he felt the probability of that happening was too low. Moreover, he would not be able to leave, so he dismissed that thought. However, it did not cross his mind that his younger brother had actually gone to Windfall Nation and never returned. Currently, his soul pearl had shattered. The strongest person in Windfall Nation, or even a sixth-rate saint nation, is an ordinary refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Little Kuan is a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. The person who killed him is definitely not from Windfall Nation. Yundong took a deep breath as his eyes burned with rage. No matter who it is, I'll kill you for killing my younger brother. Yundong's throat moved as he growled. Naturally, Yundong did not go to Windfall Nation just like that. Instead, he reported his younger brother's death to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, the death of someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion was a blatant provocation to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he reported this matter, the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help Yundong. After Yundong reported Yun Kuan's death, the Azure Cloud Mansion quickly sent someone over. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression, who was dressed in a fiery red robe with gold embroidery. Revered Elder Hua. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, even Yundong could not help but gasp. Although he knew as the person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely take his death seriously and send a powerhouse to help him. However, it did not cross his mind that the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help him. Jin Hua was a revered elder of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be ranked in the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. I already know about what happened to you. In the near future, I will go with you to investigate Yun Kuan's death. As long as we find the murderer, if you are no match for him, I will act. If you're not strong enough, you'll be defeated, Jin Hua said as he glanced at Yundong indifferently. He only glanced at Yundong briefly, before he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He appeared extremely arrogant. Yundong was not unhappy about this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, revered Elder Hua. With Jin Hua by his side, he was no longer worried about encountering someone he was no match for. After Yundong and Jin Hua left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they went directly to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was a fifth-rate force, while the Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate saint nation. When they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Yundong heard that his younger brother was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. For this reason, he immediately went to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Why, your Master Yun's elder brother? Facing Yundong, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past, When Yun Kuan was still in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, he had mentioned his elder brother more than once. The person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. It was not that Zhu Yuan had not seen an eminent saint stage powerhouse before, but he had only seen them from afar. This was undoubtedly his first time meeting an eminent saint stage powerhouse at such a close distance in his life. Who killed my brother? Yundong did not waste his breath on Zhu Yuan and asked directly. When Zhu Yuan heard this, he no longer dared to change the topic. He quickly told Yundong what had happened that day. After he finished speaking, he said, "That powerhouse didn't report his origin. Perhaps he's worried about the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge." No origin. When Yundong heard Zhu Yuan's words, he could not help but frown. Then, do you still remember his appearance? Can you confirm if he's wearing a disguise or not? Although I don't dare to probe him, I'm certain he's not wearing a disguise. On this point, Zhu Yuan was still certain. Since he was wearing a disguise, even if he did not probe him intentionally, his divine consciousness would definitely be able to detect this. In that case, you and those who have seen that person draw a portrait of him for me, Yundong said bluntly. Yes, Yundong said bluntly. Apart from Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, there was also Bai Li Hong who had seen the person who killed Yun Kuan. Chapter 1728. In the Situ clan's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation, Bai Li Hong was already prepared for the arrival of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He cooperated and drew Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. Then he passed the portrait to Yundong. Although the three portraits were drawn by three different people, they were all drawn by the same person. I heard that Duan Ling Tian, who possesses the Devil Seal tablet, is your junior brother? After Yundong put the portrait away, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Yes, Bai Li Hong nodded. Everyone knew about this, so there was no need for him to hide it. Do you know where he is now? Yundong asked in a low voice. Although the main reason he came this time was to find the murderer of his younger brother, if it was possible, he also wanted to know the whereabouts of the Devil Seal tablet. I don't know. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Just as Yundong was about to say something, a cold snort entered his ears. Do you think the person who killed Yun Kuan will let him go if he knows something? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. This cold snort naturally came from Jin Hua, the powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes, revered Elder Hua. When Yundong heard Jin Hua's impatient tone, he did not dare to stay any longer. After glancing at Bai Li Hong indifferently, he left. However, Yundong did not know Jin Hua had interjected not because he was impatient, but because if Yundong continued to ask, it would involve Duan Ling Tian. His adoptive father was a subordinate of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be said to be the Mansion Master's right-hand man. Rong Yuan, Elder Rong, was his adoptive father. Previously, when news of the Devil Seal tablet had spread to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he wanted to join in the fun and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, he was stopped by his adoptive father in the end. At that time, he finally found out Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the Devil Seal tablet, was none other than the only son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As for why the Vice Mansion Master was wandering outside, he had also asked his foster father about it. In the end, the answer he got was that the Mansion Master wanted the Vice Mansion Master to go out and gain experience. After learning that Duan Ling Tian was the young Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion, Jin Hua, naturally, would not allow Yundong to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was their young Mansion Master's senior brother. Of course, Yundong was destined not to know about this. Jin Hua didn't plan to tell him either. However, even Jin Hua did not expect the powerhouse who killed Yun Kuan, Yundong's younger brother, was none other than the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. If he had known, not only would he not have followed Yundong out this time, but he would also denounce Yundong. He would even ask Yundong why his younger brother, Yun Kuan, had provoked the Vice Mansion Master. If necessary, he would kill Yundong. Although Yundong was also an official in the Azure Cloud Mansion, He was merely the person in charge of a small foothold. In Jinhua's opinion, he was no different from an ordinary disciple at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Yundong and Jinhua had come to Windfall Nation. At this moment, he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. At this moment, more than half of the spirit pool that looked like a small lake had disappeared. One could vaguely see Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy had also reached his neck. One could see the heaven and earth spirit energy was being depleted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was enough to show how fast Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was. After all, how could Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed not be fast since he had 99 saint veins? When the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy continued to be depleted until it reached Duan Lingtian's abdomen, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble for no reason. In the end, the trembling became more and more intense. At this moment, the Sun True Origin in Duan Lingtian's body had almost filled his Naiwen Palace. Only Saint Stage powerhouses had the Naiwen Palace. It was formed from the transformation of the Qi Si. The True Origin was usually stored in the Naiwen Palace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of a breakthrough. In his body, the True Origin was rapidly moving like dragons. It was extremely frenzied. Every movement of the True Origin was hitting the saint veins in his body viciously. The 99 saint veins were vibrating, and the feeling of pain was clearly transmitted to Duan Lingtian's nerves. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently. Although he could endure the intense pain all over his body, he could not help but tremble violently. Crack! All of a sudden, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's head broke, and his long hair fluttered without any wind. One could vaguely see a faint golden halo flowing in his long hair. It was Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin. At the same time, a faint golden halo appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. The golden halo continued to solidify and expand until it enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body. It was as though it had turned into a cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. This was a large cocoon that shone with a golden halo. It expanded to a diameter of about 2 meters before it stopped expanding. Ku, 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 ku. At this moment, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Lingtian's abdomen in the spiritual pool began to surge, as though it was being boiled. In just a few breaths of time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth disappeared. Naturally, it did not really disappear. Instead, it was devoured by the large golden cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. The large golden cocoon was like a gluttonous child. It only took a few breaths before it completely absorbed the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spiritual pool. Hualao, what should I do now? Inside the golden cocoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. However, his eyes had already opened. At this moment he was mumbling to himself. It was obvious he was talking to the three-legged golden crow, Elder Hua, inside the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In fact, with the thickness of his True Origin, he could have made a breakthrough earlier. However, just as he was about to make a breakthrough, Hualao stopped him. After I teach you the golden crow's wings, the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan, you'll complete the breakthrough. In this way, when you break through to the eminent saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially. Of course, before that, you'll have to consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. It's the best time to do it now since there's still a surplus of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. This was what Hualao had told him to stop him. When he heard Hualao's words, he was naturally confused. It was his first time hearing about the golden crow's wings. However, after listening to Hualao's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the golden crow's wings was. It was the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan that could be mastered by other clans as well. Once it was cast, a pair of wings similar to the golden crow's would appear on one's back. With just a flap of the wings, one would be thousands of miles away in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, this was the effect of the golden crow's wings when one's strength had reached a certain stage. As long as you can consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings, and build a good foundation before you break through to the refined saint stage. You'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially when you break through to the eminent saint stage. At that time, your speed will undergo a qualitative change. An increase in speed means an increase in strength as well. Speed was the only unbeatable martial tactic in the world. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was naturally excited when he heard Hualao's words. Due to this reason, he was not in a hurry to break through the final barrier of the peak of the pristine saint stage to the refined saint stage. Everything would have to wait until he had consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. The appearance of the golden cocoon was also due to Hualao's guidance to Duan Lingtian. It was also due to Hualao's guidance that the golden cocoon absorbed all the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just a dozen breaths. Subsequently, under Hualao's guidance as time passed by, a ferocious crack appeared on the golden cocoon outside of Duan Lingtian's body before it split into two. After it split into two, the separated golden cocoon transformed into two lumps of golden liquid. Subsequently, a pair of golden wings appeared in the air. It was none other than the wings of the three-legged golden crow. Now's the time. When Hualao shouted, Duan Lingtian jolted and regained his senses. He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the sun true origin in his body to guide the pair of wings into his body. To be more precise, it was fusing into his back. After the fusion, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the two lumps of heat on his back. It was only after half an hour had passed that the two lumps of heat gradually disappeared. Alright, you can complete the breakthrough now. Hualao's voice resonated in a timely manner as he reminded Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed his qi and circulated the true origin in his body to complete the breakthrough. Previously, he had already touched the threshold of the breakthrough and was only one step away. However, due to Hualao's interference, he had stopped. Now that he had started cultivating again, it was naturally very smooth. As an invisible airwave swept out, the true origin in Duan Lingtian's body began to undergo an earth-shattering change. His Naiwan palace was still the same size as before. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. It seemed to have become even more dazzling and golden. Compared to the sun true origin before his breakthrough, it was like a concentrated essence. I've made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian clenched his fist slightly as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Although he had only broken through to the early refined saint stage, due to the uniqueness of the sun true origin, the sun true origin at the early refined saint stage was comparable to the true origin at the early eminent saint stage. In other words, with his extraordinary physical body, he could easily deal with ordinary early eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivators without using the Jasper celestial sword. As for those below the eminent saint stage, they were on a completely different level compared to him now. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. It's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian leaped up and left the empty spirit pool. At this moment, not even a drop of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen in the spirit pool. All of it had been absorbed by Duan Lingtian. Senior, how long have I been cultivating in there? Chapter 1729. When the one-armed old man saw Duan Lingtian coming out, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he regained his senses, he realized his eyes were not playing tricks on him. This little fellow who had entered the spirit pool 20 days ago had indeed come out. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the old man was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he entered the spirit pool immediately. When he saw the empty spirit pool, even though he had lived for almost 200 years and had seen many things, he still could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Senior, you're... When Duan Lingtian saw the old man did not answer him and entered the spirit pool instead, he was puzzled. When he saw the old man coming out of the spirit pool, he could not help but feel puzzled. How did you do it? The old man who walked out of the spirit pool looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Is there something wrong? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man making a fuss about nothing, he was puzzled as well. Why did he not notice this side of his senior before this? I've been guarding the Heaven Palace's spirit pool for many years. After entering, the fastest person to come out took 1.5 months. Most of them took 2 months. However, you only took 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. How did you do it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. 20 days? Duan Lingtian did not expect he had actually stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days. However, based on the old man's words, the others had spent at least 1.5 months in there. Most of them had spent more than 2 months in there. At once, Duan Lingtian realized his performance was a little too monstrous. It must be because the cultivation method I cultivate is different. Duan Lingtian brushed it off perfunctorily. As for whether the old man believed him or not, he could not be bothered. After bidding farewell to the old man, he swiftly slipped away, leaving only the silhouette of his back to the old man. It seems like this little fellow has many secrets. However, no matter how many secrets he has, as long as he doesn't do anything that will harm the mystical sky mansion, I'll just let him be. With his innate talent and strength, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical sky mansion when he grew stronger. In the future, it's not impossible for him to lead the mystical sky mansion to the peak like how the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffling, led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the Debussy Subterranean. As the old man muttered to himself, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. On the way back, Duan Lingtian came across many Heavenly Hall's disciples. When they saw him, their gazes were the same as the one-armed old man's, filled with astonishment. Although they didn't go to the spirit pool with Duan Lingtian, they knew when the Duan Lingtian went to the spirit pool. The opening time of the spiritual pool was fixed. With a simple calculation in his heart, he could calculate that the last time the spiritual pool opened was exactly 20 days ago. It seems a little too high profile. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and muttered to himself awkwardly. However, since he had already come out, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide. He swaggered all the way back to his residence. There's still 2 months before the opening of the mystical sky mansion's St. Martial secret zone. In these 2 months, I'll study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for the rest of my time, I'll go to the mystical sky mansion's library to have a look. As a quasi-third-rate force, the books in the mystical sky mansion's library must have recorded many things that I didn't know before. Duan Lingtian planned for the next 2 months. Naturally, during this time, he would still have to compete with the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace for the spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heaven Palace, other than the privilege of entering the spirit pool to cultivate, he did not have any other privileges. However, to him, competing for the spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone was just a formality. With his current strength, let alone the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the Debussy Subterranean, even the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be a match for him. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about his strength, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. The appearance of the beautiful figure was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to shudder. The owner of the beautiful figure was a woman. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the appearance of the woman, since she looked exactly the same as his fiancée Kerr. Kerr's sister is a member of Zoroastrianism. I wonder how strong she is compared to the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Although Kerr's sister did not make a move that day, Duan Lingtian was certain that Kerr's sister had most likely surpassed the eminent saint stage. After all, even Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan, had to tuck his tail between his legs when he faced her. Diju must have surpassed the eminent saint stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that his father, Duan Ruffling, had already set a wager for him. The wager was between him and Diju. If he won, he would be able to enter the Saint Land of Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. That wager was less than 3 years away from now. After he had broken through to the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian's confidence had increased greatly when he thought about all the things he could rely on. He felt as though he was invincible among the younger generation in the Dao martial saint land. However, when he thought about Ker's sister, he regained his senses. If Ker's sister was here, he might not be a match for Ker's sister, even if he wielded the Jasper celestial sword with all his might. Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart felt even heavier. If a young disciple of Zoroastrianism was already so powerful, how powerful would the high-ranking officials be? Duan Lingtian instantly felt the pressure on him increase. Naturally, even if the pressure increased, it did not change his determination to go to Zoroastrianism to look for Ker. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he still wanted to go to the upper province of the Dao martial saint land and go to Zoroastrianism to rescue Ker and his child, so that they could reunite. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention away from the Jasper celestial sword. Through the Jasper celestial sword, he continued to study and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian's goal was to reach the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. However, after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he devoted all his attention to it. As for the other martial tactics, they were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Perhaps the martial arts techniques that he had cultivated in the past were of great help to him in the past. But after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, those martial arts techniques became somewhat useless. As the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the profundity contained in the Sovereign Heart Sword could not only be used for offense, but it could also be used for defense and speed. Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room as he comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword. He was unaware that the outside had become lively again because of him. Lingtian entered the spirit pool 20 days ago, and he came out today. Impossible, right? It's only been 20 days. Don't tell me he has already absorbed all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? If it was in the past, I would think it's impossible as well. However, the problem is I saw him coming back from the direction of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool with my own eyes. When I saw him, I seriously calculated the time when the spirit pool opened. It was exactly 20 days ago. He only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Isn't Lingtian's cultivation speed a little too exaggerated? No wonder he already has a cultivation base at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, when he's not even 40 years old. As it turns out, his innate talent is already so exaggerated. I wonder if he has already broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage, after coming out of the spirit pool. It was very lively in the Heaven Palace. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples were discussing Duan Lingtian. They felt it was too exaggerated that Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Naturally, some people felt it was exaggerated while others felt it was impossible. Impossible? No matter how high his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to only spend 20 days to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. In my opinion, he must have come out before he finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy. That's possible. However, if it were you, would you come out before you finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? That's right. If it were you, would you come out? No matter what, most of the people were more inclined to believe that Duan Lingtian had indeed only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Although his performance was monstrous and heaven-defying, other than that, it was not plausible at all. Naturally, they did not know that if he cultivated normally, even if Duan Lingtian had 99 saint veins, he would still need a month's time to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, after Duan Lingtian had spent 20 days to absorb enough heaven and earth spirit energy to break through, he had used a special method to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings, because of Hualao's guidance. In order to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian had swallowed the remaining heaven and earth spirit energy in just a few breaths. For this reason, in the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Naturally, the truth was only known to Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao. The others would not have thought of this at all. He came out. Chapter 1730. Wang Feixian remembered it clearly. 20 days ago was the day she followed Ling Tian to the spirit pool. Naturally, she only took a stroll outside. Only Ling Tian, who had obtained permission, could enter the spirit pool. She had also learned about the mystical Sky Mansion spirit pool. There were a total of 4 spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. Among them, the Heaven Palace's spirit pool was the best. However, even if it was the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, ordinary people would need about 2 months to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Those with monstrous innate talent would need at least 1.5 months to do so. However, Ling Tian only took 20 days to come out. Don't tell me he came out before he finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy? Naturally, Wang Feixian dispelled this thought as soon as it popped up in her mind. It made sense when she thought about it. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was so rare. Moreover, there was no time limit, and there was still some time before the St. Martial secret zone opened. As long as one was not an idiot, one would not be in a hurry to come out of the spirit pool. Was Ling Tian an idiot? Wang Feixian dismissed this possibility. Forget it, I'll just ask him. The moment Wang Feixian thought of this, she left her residence and went to look for Duan Lingtian. However, when she arrived at Duan Lingtian's residence, she discovered he was not there at all. It was as though he had gone into hiding. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. That damn fellow. He hid so quickly. However, does he think I won't be able to find him just because he's hiding? Duan Lingtian did not see this. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. Today, he had the heart to study and comprehend the sovereign heart sword. However, due to the fact that he had just broken through to the refined saint stage, it was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. Due to this reason, he could not calm down. Due to this reason, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of the sovereign heart sword and went to the Mystical Sky Mansion's library. The Mystical Sky Mansion's book collection pavilion was divided into 5 places. The Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces each had one. There was also the library on the floating island in the middle of the 4 palaces. That library was the biggest library in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It contained all sorts of books and records. Apart from some of the secrets of the Mystical Sky Mansion, everything that could be learned at the Mystical Sky Mansion's level was recorded in there. Duan Lingtian wanted to learn more about things that he didn't know before, and the library on the floating island was undoubtedly the best choice. Apart from being the resting place of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the floating island was also filled with outstanding disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion. As long as one could enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking, one would be able to stand on the floating island and obtain a place to cultivate. Generally, those who could enter the Mystical Sky ranking were existences at the eminent saint stage or above. Generally, there was no existence above the Great Sage realm in a 6th-rate force. Even in a 5th-rate force, such an existence would be a high-level figure. In a 4th-rate force, although their position was not high, they still had a certain amount of status. However, it was not enough when placed in a quasi-3rd-rate force. This was because there were many powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in quasi-3rd-rate forces. Some outstanding disciples would be able to make a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage as long as they reached the age limit. Due to this reason, eminent saint stage powerhouses were nothing in a quasi-3rd-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from those on the Mystical Sky ranking, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples can only enter the main mansion once every 3 months. The main mansion was the floating island in the middle of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This time, Duan Lingtian planned to use the opportunity that would only come once every 3 months to enter the main mansion's library and broaden his horizons. As for the other things in the main mansion, they were not very tempting to him. Only the cultivation environment in the main mansion was better. The cultivation environment in his Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the main mansion in the mystical sky mansion. For this reason, it was not important to Duan Lingtian whether he could enter the main mansion or not. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, a ghostly figure approached the floating island in the mystical sky mansion's estate. Whoosh! 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 However, before this figure could get close to the floating island, he was blocked by several swift figures. The owners of these figures were none other than mystical sky mansion's disciples, who were wearing special uniforms. In the mystical sky mansion, only the disciples on duty would wear the special uniforms. Ordinary disciples would only need to carry their identity tokens. You're a Heaven Palace's disciple? The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples who appeared swiftly were none other than the patrolling disciples of the mystical sky mansion. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His piercing gaze shifted from the newcomer to the identity token hanging on his waist. The word Tian was carved on the identity token. I'm Ling Tian, a Heaven Palace's disciple. Greetings, senior brothers. The newcomer was none other than Duan Lingtian, who came from the Heaven Palace. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the group of patrolling disciples in front of him. I'm here because I want to go to the library in the main mansion. Lingtian. However, the group of patrolling disciples did not hear the last part of Duan Lingtian's words. This was because their attention was completely focused on the first part of Duan Lingtian's words. Lingtian. This name was not unfamiliar to them. It was to the extent that it had twice carried shocking news into their ears. Lingtian was a new disciple of the mystical sky mansion and a Heaven Palace's disciple. As soon as he entered the Heaven Palace, he came to a draw with Guolu, a mastery-refined saint stage disciple from the Heaven Palace. Guolu's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This was the first time they had heard of the name Lingtian. At that time, their hearts were filled with shock. A saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old already possessed such shocking strength. How strong would he be when he grew stronger in the future? As for the second time hearing Lingtian's name, it was today. Lingtian had entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool 20 days ago and came out early this morning. It seemed like he had only spent 20 days to completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit weapon in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. Perhaps, for those who had just entered the mystical sky mansion, this news was insignificant. However, as long as one was a veteran in the mystical sky mansion, all of them knew how shocking this news was. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there had never been a disciple below the eminent saint stage who was able to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days, let alone the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, that was the best among the 4 spirit pools in the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion's past record, someone had spent 1 month and 3 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, that was the Yellow Palace's spirit pool. There was still a certain difference between it and the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, this time, a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion had actually only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. To them and the entire mystical sky mansion, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering news. You're Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace? The middle-aged man, who was the leader, was the first to regain his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Originally, it was not a big deal to be stared at. However, Duan Lingtian noticed when the middle-aged man stared at him, apart from a hint of shock, there was also a hint of hostility in the depths of his eyes. This caused him to feel slightly puzzled. This is my first time meeting him. Why is he looking at me with such hostility? At the same time, the group of patrolling disciples behind the middle-aged man had also regained their senses. They also noticed the hostility between the middle-aged man and Duan Lingtian. For a moment, they began to whisper among themselves. I almost forgot. Senior brother Huang Tong's younger brother went into closed-door cultivation not long ago because he was humiliated by Duan Lingtian. It's said that he even said he won't come out until he has broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. I heard that Huang Ji went to challenge Duan Lingtian, but he was shaved bald instead. Not only has this matter spread out in the Heaven Palace, but it has also spread out in the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace as well. Huang Ji has become a laughingstock. He's senior brother Huang Tong's only biological younger brother. How can senior brother Huang Tong not be angry when he was humiliated like this? That's right. It's fine if Ling Tian doesn't appear in front of senior brother Huang Tong. Senior brother Huang Tong can't take the initiative to seek revenge due to reason. But now, this Ling Tian has walked right into the muzzle of the spear himself. If senior brother Huang Tong doesn't do anything, others might say that he's as cowardly as a mouse, not even daring to stand up for his younger brother. The group of patrolling disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Huang Tong, Huang Ji's brother? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Huang Tong would be so hostile toward him. As it turned out, he was Huang Ji's biological brother. As for Huang Ji, naturally Duan Lingtian had an impression of him. Nearly a month ago, a group of Heaven Palace's disciples refused to accept the fact that he was given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool and blocked his door. Huang Ji and 2 other people even wanted to break in, but they did not succeed because he appeared in time. Although they did not succeed, they still provoked him with words. Subsequently, Huang Ji even took the initiative to challenge him. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Ji's rudeness, he was so angry that he shaved all of his hair. In his opinion, he was already being merciful. He had always been a person who would return kindness tenfold. Just like Guolu, who was polite to him and gave him a peach, he returned the favor. Although he could easily defeat Guolu, he purposely fought him to a draw, because Guolu was not a bad person, so he managed to save Guolu's face. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian learned Huang Tong was Huang Ji's biological brother, he only looked at Huang Tong calmly. He was only slightly surprised, but he did not feel anything else. He was not worried Huang Tong would seek revenge. With his current strength, he was not even afraid of the ordinary high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion, let alone Huang Tong, who was just a patrolling disciple. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill more than 90% of eminent saint stage powerhouses if he wielded the Jasper celestial sword with all his might. Did you hear what they said? Chapter 1731. Yes, I heard that. Duan Lingtian nodded his head nonchalantly when he heard Huang Tong's question. It was as though he was not bothered by this matter at all. In fact, he was not bothered by this matter at all. You're much stronger than my brother, but you don't have the bearing of a powerhouse and humiliated my brother. Don't you think you've gone too far? Huang Tong asked as his expression turned grave. Gone too far? Duan Lingtian smiled. You keep saying that I've gone too far. But do you know that your brother tried to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation? When he saw me coming out, he kept provoking me and even challenged me. If you were me, what would you do? Tolerate. Tell him you're stronger than him so he'll back off? Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter to Bai Luochu. In fact, Huang Tong also knew what had happened. He knew his brother was in the wrong. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so politely to Duan Lingtian after finding out his identity. However, even though Huang Tong knew what had happened, it did not mean that the other patrolling disciples knew as well. At this moment, their gazes were a little strange. They only knew Huang Tong's brother, Huang Ji, was shaved bald, but they did not know Huang Ji had brought this upon himself. My brother has indeed gone too far. But don't you think you've gone too far? How do you expect him to face others in the future if you treat him that way in front of so many people? Huang Tong asked in a questioning tone after he took a deep breath. I don't think I've gone too far. Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently. It's only because we're in the mystical sky mansion. If it was outside and he still dared to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation, he'd be crippled even if he didn't die. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He was not a kind person to begin with. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy to Huang Ji, and the matter had already passed. However, now that someone had brought this matter up, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. Huang Tong did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so extreme. In the face of the Duan Lingtian's rudeness, his face became completely gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. Senior Huang Tong. Seeing that the situation had become somewhat hostile in an instant, the group of patrolling disciples behind Huang Tong became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade Huang Tong. What a joke! At the end of the day, Ling Tian was still in the right. If a conflict really broke out, even if this Ling Tian was at a disadvantage, Huang Tong would definitely be punished in the end. With the innate talent and strength that Ling Tian had displayed, he would definitely become the pillar of the mystical sky mansion in the future. It was not impossible for him to become the next mansion master of the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, putting aside the future, it was likely that not only had the palace master of Heaven Palace heard about Ling Tian's deeds, but even the mansion master of the mystical sky mansion had also begun to pay attention to him. After all, the strength and innate talent that he had displayed since he came to the mystical sky mansion was too shocking. In terms of strength, he was able to come to a draw with the elite mastery refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This meant his strength was at the mastery refined saint stage, or even close to the peak of the refined saint stage. Most importantly, he was not even 40 years old yet. Even in the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were not many people who were at the mastery refined saint stage below the age of 40. Moreover, those few people were not as monstrous as him. In terms of innate talent, he only used 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. After all, the higher one's innate talent was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Naturally, the speed at which one absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy would be faster as well. From the matter of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, one could see that Ling Tian's innate talent was absolutely monstrous. Such innate talent was enough to shake the entire mystical sky mansion. How could Huang Tong not think of this, when the other patrolling disciples could think of this? Under the persuasion of the others, he finally calmed down. After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, he brought his men and left. However, when he left, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of coldness that flashed in his eyes. However, Duan Lingtian was not bothered by it at all. He did not take Huang Tong seriously at all. After entering the suspended island in the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian was stopped again. This time, the person who stopped him was the disciple guarding the suspended island. "You're that Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace?" When the disciple guarding the island was helping Duan Lingtian to register, he looked at his identity token and saw the two words Ling Tian carved on the back. He could not help but be shocked. Perhaps Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace had just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago. But in the mystical sky mansion, his name was like thunder to the ears of the people from the mystical sky mansion. Recently, if one were to ask who was the most popular person in the mystical sky mansion, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lingtian. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When the disciple guarding the island saw his smile, it made him feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. His impression of Duan Lingtian improved greatly. "Junior brother Lingtian, I've already registered you. Since you're not a disciple on the mystical sky ranking, you can only stay in the main mansion for a month at most. Within a month, you must come and register with me again before you leave." "Thank you, senior brother." After receiving his identity token, Duan Lingtian quickly thanked the disciple guarding the island. "Junior brother Lingtian, take this jade token with you. It records the things to take note of when you enter the main mansion. There are also some places that you can't simply barge into." The disciple guarding the island took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Lingtian, as he kindly reminded him. After Duan Lingtian received the jade token, he thanked the disciple again before he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's disappearing silhouette, the disciple guarding the island, who helped him register, sighed emotionally. This junior brother Ling Tian has both strength and innate talent, but he's not arrogant at all. How rare. That's right. Compared to him, the few young geniuses in our mystical sky mansion are far inferior. Not only can their innate talent and strength not be compared to junior brother Ling Tian, but their conduct can't even catch up to junior brother Ling Tian. Another disciple guarding the island chimed in. Even Duan Ling Tian himself did not know that he would be able to establish such a good reputation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was reading the contents of the jade token. Soon after, he found out where he could go and where he could not go in the main mansion. The main mansion was an island that was suspended high up in the sky. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could vaguely see a few silhouettes scattered around. Some of them were the patrolling disciples of the main mansion. Some of them were the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials who were cultivating in the main mansion, and some of them were disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Duan Ling Tian did not forget the purpose of his visit to the main mansion. Due to this reason, the moment he arrived at the main mansion, he immediately went to the library. The library contained all kinds of books that had been passed down in the mystical sky mansion since ancient times. Moreover, they were all original copies. As for the books in the Heaven, Earth, Mystical and Yellow Palaces libraries, they were all rubbings. Since the library only contained books that recorded miscellaneous matters and did not contain any cultivation methods or martial tactics, the security was not that strict. After Duan Ling Tian registered his name, he entered the library. After he entered, all he could see were bookshelves of varying heights. They were arranged in an orderly manner. There are so many books. How long will it take me to read all of them? When Duan Ling Tian saw the huge pile of books on the bookshelves, he could not help but click his tongue. There's only a month's time. Due to this reason, I can only pick and choose. Duan Ling Tian's purpose of coming to the library was to understand the powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian did not know much about these powerhouses. Naturally, this was also because the place he stayed at in the past was not at that level. However, it was different now. He had come to the mystical sky mansion, and the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean. Here, he would be able to learn many things that he did not know in the past. I'll take my time. A month's time should be enough. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he began to look through the books in the library. He only flipped through the books that he did not want to read before he closed them again. He did not have much time to waste on these books. As he continued to read the books, the world after the eminent saint stage began to open a door to Duan Ling Tian. After the eminent saint stage is the divine saint stage. Once one has broken through to the divine saint stage, one will be able to come into contact with divine abilities. For example, a divine saint stage Tao cultivator would be able to cast the duplicated embodiment divine ability. One can attach the divine ability to an object. Once someone activates the object, the Tao cultivator's duplicated embodiment will appear. However, this duplicated embodiment can only protect the juniors. It has no effect on the main body. When Duan Ling Tian read about the divine ability, he immediately thought of his golden crow's wings. According to Hualao, he had already consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings. As long as he made another step forward and entered the eminent saint stage, he would be able to cast the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. The golden crow's wings was a speed-type divine ability. Hualao! The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but call out to Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From these books, I read that in the Tao martial saint land, only those at the divine saint stage and above can master divine abilities. Previously, you said I'll be able to master the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, once I break through to the eminent saint stage. Is that true? Of course it's true, Hualao replied. Don't forget that the true origin flowing in your body is not an ordinary true origin. It's the sun true origin. You're currently at the early refined saint stage, but the power of your sun true origin is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once you break through to the eminent saint stage, your sun true origin will naturally be comparable to the power of a divine saint stage powerhouse. The divine ability relies on the energy in the user's body. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hualao asked. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. It would be unreasonable if he still did not understand at this moment. The divine ability relied on the Russian energy in the user's body. Ordinary martial, Dao and devil cultivators would only be able to cast the divine ability at the divine saint stage. Chapter 1732. Just like how there was a divide between the non-saint stage and the saint stage, there was also a divide between the eminent saint stage and the divine saint stage. The strength of a divine saint stage powerhouse was so powerful that they had come into contact with divine abilities. Divine abilities were different from martial tactics, true origin consolidated weapon, true origin consolidated beast, and true origin consolidated territory. They were completely independent techniques. The divine abilities that ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses mastered were basically rudimentary divine abilities. For example, as long as a divine saint stage Dao cultivator's cultivation base had reached a certain level, they would be able to easily master the duplicated embodiment divine ability through the experiences left behind by their predecessors. This was because it was a very simple and common divine ability. As for divine saint stage martial cultivators, they also had their own rudimentary divine abilities. Naturally, similar to the duplicated embodiment divine ability of Dao cultivators, the divine ability that they mastered was not powerful and was not useful in a real battle. Where did the divine abilities come from? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He was puzzled by the origin of the divine abilities. Puzzled, he asked Hualao again. The divine abilities are different from the martial tactics in the Dao martial saint land. They're above the martial tactics in the Dao martial saint land. There are many ways to master the divine abilities. The most common way is to pass it down. The second way is to master the divine ability through the relics left behind by the predecessors. It's similar to passing it down. For example, the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that I passed on to you through this method. Hualao said in an orderly manner. There are also some divine abilities that are instinctive. For example, my golden crow's wings is a divine ability that I was born with. When my cultivation base reached the point where I could cast it, it would naturally appear in my mind. It's similar to an inherited memory. Naturally, there are also some almighty beings who created their own divine abilities and left them behind. Hualao continued. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. In fact, the true origin consolidated beast, true origin consolidated weapon, and true origin consolidated territory that you've mastered can also be considered as divine abilities. Of course, these divine abilities are just some ordinary divine abilities. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can be easily grasped. Therefore, no one in this world calls them divine abilities. Hualao continued. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He now had a certain understanding of the word divine ability. However, it was precisely because of this that he was filled with anticipation for the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Hualao had imparted to him. This was because it was not an ordinary divine ability, but a powerful and practical divine ability. However, if I want to use the golden crow's wings, I'll have to wait until I've broken through to the eminent saint stage. With my current progress, even with the help of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid I'll need at least 2 years to complete the breakthrough. After all, I've just broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had just broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The enthusiasm in his heart faded away. After retracting his attention, Duan Lingtian continued to understand the world of powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. The divine saint stage was not the end of one's cultivation. After the divine saint stage, there was still the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage. Naturally, according to the records that Duan Lingtian had read, there were no quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Debussyi subterranean. The most powerful one was only at the exemplary saint stage. Exemplary saint stage powerhouses usually only existed in quasi-third-rate and fourth-rate forces. Naturally, in terms of quantity, the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in fourth-rate forces could not be compared to the exemplary saint stage powerhouses in quasi-third-rate forces. Not only in terms of quantity, but in terms of strength as well. Divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage, quintessential saint stage. The strongest powerhouses in the Debussyi subterranean are at the exemplary saint stage. Compared to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Debussyi subterranean is like a remote village. The quasi-third-rate forces that dominate the Debussyi subterranean are as numerous as the hairs on a cow in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. They're not even worth mentioning at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he took a deep breath. In other words, not only are there powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage and above in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, but there are also powerhouses who have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Since divine saint stage powerhouses are able to come into contact with divine abilities, exemplary saint stage powerhouses must be even more powerful. Since quintessential saint stage powerhouses are above the exemplary saint stage, they must be even more powerful. Powerhouses who have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Duan Lingtian did not dare to continue thinking about it. Naturally, even if he thought about it, he did not know how powerful such powerhouses were. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how strong such a powerhouse was, he knew the strength of such a powerhouse was definitely beyond his imagination. Zoroastrianism was once one of the three great forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the end, they moved to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Ker's twin sister is so powerful that she's at the divine saint stage at the very least. She's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, but she managed to break through to the divine saint stage at such a young age. There must be someone who has surpassed the quintessential saint stage among the high-ranking powerhouses in Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian was certain of this, and because he was sure of it, his heart felt heavy. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how terrifying the powerhouses of Zoroastrianism are, Duan Lingtian, will definitely save Ker and our child. The strength of Zoroastrianism did not destroy Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Instead, it strengthened Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had always been strong. His will and belief were indestructible. It would be no exception this time as well. The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was a mysterious place. To be more precise, it was an ancient and mysterious barren land. There were mountains and rivers in this barren land, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flame. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land were the flame that humans relied on to survive. In this barren land, the flame was like a veil of mystery. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers as a scorching aura swept out and turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flame that rose from the braziers. If one looked closely, one could see the sincerity in their eyes when they looked at the flame. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flame, and the flame was their religion. That was the truth. In this land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, one of the three great transcendental forces, in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, everyone believed in the flame. They were the most devout believers of the flame. In their eyes, the flame was everything. Only with the flame would there be a world. In this ancient and mysterious barren land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, there were many active volcanoes in the south. The peaks of the volcanoes were constantly spewing out scorching flames. Every time they spewed out flames, it would be like red clouds soaring into the sky, causing the surroundings to be extremely bright. In this place there was no night. Perhaps night would only truly descend when these active volcanoes stopped spewing out flames. The active volcanoes surrounded a gigantic volcano like stars surrounding the moon. This gigantic volcano was also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spewing was not high. It would only spit out flames once a month. However, every time it spat out flames, it would cause the surrounding active volcanoes to tremble, causing the ground to shake. In the sky above this gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparsely scattered buildings. The floating islands surrounded a gigantic floating island in the middle. Of course, the position of this huge floating island was much higher than the other floating islands. Obviously, it was the main island. One could vaguely see people flying past these floating islands from time to time. Most of these people were wearing white hooded robes. There was a fiery red flame embroidered on the chest of their white hooded robes. It was obvious it was some kind of seal. The hoods on their robes were placed on their heads, leaving only their faces exposed. If there were knowledgeable people who saw the special robes on their bodies, they would be able to tell these people were from Zoroastrianism with just a glance. On one of the inconspicuous floating islands, there was a mansion that occupied a large area. However, it was extremely quiet. In the spacious backyard, a devastatingly beautiful woman was sitting quietly in the pavilion. The brush in her hand kept moving as she drew portraits that were almost identical. Upon closer inspection, these portraits were of the same young man. It was just that their expressions were different. "Young master, Kerr misses you so much," the woman muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with reminiscence and concern. "Mother, mother." The woman only returned to her senses when a childish voice sounded. At the same time, she looked in the direction of the voice. "Mother, look, does my portrait look like father?" Chapter 1733. The little girl was about 2 years old. Her rosy cheeks were adorable. She walked up to the woman and handed the portrait in her hand over, as though she was asking for praise. The woman took the portrait and looked at the scribbles on it. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Yes, yes. Seeling's portrait is very similar to father's portrait. It's more similar than mother's portrait." "Mother, why are you crying? Auntie said that those who cry are cowards. Seeling isn't a coward, and mother isn't a coward as well," the little girl said in a childish voice. At the same time, she stood on her tiptoes and extended her chubby hands to wipe away the tears on the woman's face. "All right, mother and Seeling aren't cowards." The woman nodded and hugged the little girl. She did not let go of her for a long time. She looked into the distance through the sky as she muttered to herself, "Young master, this is our daughter. Her name is Duan Seeling. I'm sure you'll be happy to see how mature she is." The woman was none other than Kerr. After being taken away, Kerr had followed her twin sister to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and was placed in the Zoroastrianism's estate. This was Kerr's sister's residence. Usually people would not come here. Ever since Kerr came here, her sister had made her stay here and did not allow her to come in contact with anyone else until she gave birth to the child in her stomach. Until today, apart from her twin sister, the only other person she came in contact with after coming to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was Zier, the girl by her sister's side, and a powerful saint beast. For more than 2 years, she was certain her sister did not have any ill intentions toward her. Instead, she seemed to be protecting her. However, she could not figure out why her sister brought her back, but put her under house arrest here, and did not allow her to reunite with her family. She had asked her sister many times, but the answer she received was that it was not the right time yet. If she was alone, perhaps, Kerr would have been so bored that she did not know what to do. Fortunately, she had a cute daughter who was always by her side, relieving her of loneliness and sadness. This daughter was the daughter of her husband Duan Lingtian. Because she missed her man, she gave her the name Duan Si Ling. It meant that she missed Ling Tian. Mother, when are we going to see father? Duan Si Ling blinked her big, bright eyes as she looked at Kur. Soon. Although Kur didn't know when she could go back to see her man, she still comforted him. At the same time, she made a decision in her heart. After all, he was a 2-year-old child. After playing for a while, he complained that he was tired. After coaxing Duan Si Ling back to her room to sleep, Kur went to look for her twin sister and asked, "What do you mean? You brought me here from the lower province for more than 2 years, but you didn't allow me to go out or see anyone. I've been abandoned here for more than 2 years. I want to go back to the lower province to look for my man." Your man? Upon hearing Kur's words, the woman who looked identical to Kur frowned immediately. Kur, do you think I imprisoned you on purpose? Isn't that the case? Kur's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. If you didn't bring me away, Si Ling and I would have been together with her father. Why would you separate them? To be honest, I didn't reject you when you brought me away, because I wanted to come back with you to see my family. However, until now, you still haven't brought me to see my family. Every time I ask you, you say it's not the right time. Today, I'd like to ask you properly, when is the right time? When Kur reached the end of her sentence, she frowned. It was obvious that she was furious. Why? Why do you have to intrude into my life and separate me from my man? You're my twin sister, can't you see that I'm living a good life? When Kur reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a questioning manner. At this moment, Kur seemed to have completely released the emotions that she had suppressed for over 2 years, causing her sister to be unable to help but be stunned. This was because this was the first time she had seen Kur lose her composure like this. How could she have known that Kur had temporarily buried her weak character for the sake of her daughter? Sister Kur, it's not what you think. At this moment, the purple-clad young girl standing at the side quickly explained. Sister, she's just... Forget it, Zier, let me tell her myself. It's time for me to tell her some things. She has the right to know as well. If she still wants to return to the lower province to look for her man, after I've told her everything, I won't stop her. Instead, I'll personally send her back to the lower province. Kur's sister interrupted the young girl and said confidently. Upon hearing her sister's words, Kur's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her sister had something that she could not say? The moment Kur thought of this, she could not help but feel a little guilty. She was originally a kind-hearted girl. Otherwise, she would not have endured everything silently for more than 2 years. It was only when she saw her daughter in such a state that she mustered up the courage to question her sister. However, now it seemed like things were not as she had imagined. Back then, when both of us were just born, we were chosen by a great figure in Zoroastrianism. In the end, you were chosen as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for me, although I wasn't chosen, I was still taken in as a direct disciple by my current master. I've worked hard all the way until today to finally achieve what I have today. Kur's sister said. Saint girl? Kur frowned. She had no idea what the saint girl of Zoroastrianism meant. Moreover, she did not know why she had to leave the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land in the end, since she was chosen as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Not only did she end up in the lower province, but she even ended up in such a remote corner of the mortal continent. The saint girl of Zoroastrianism is the symbol of holiness in Zoroastrianism. A person is chosen every 100 years. Back then, since you've already gone through the ceremony, even I can't replace you as the new saint girl. After you went missing, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken, and many people were sent to look for you. Naturally, they only searched for you in the upper province in the beginning. However, a few years ago, they couldn't find any clues about you in the upper province at all. Due to this reason, they shifted their attention to the lower province, thinking that you might have gone to the lower province. At that time, the higher-ups ordered that if you were no longer a virgin when they found you, they would bring you to the **** and punish you severely according to the sex rules. Usually, a saint girl who has lost her virginity would be sentenced to death. I was worried about you, so I went to the lower province to investigate your whereabouts. In the end, I finally found a clue about you. In the end, I also found you. When Kerr's sister reached the end of her sentence, she felt lucky. Saint girl? Virginity? Execution? Kerr's expression seemed to be covered by a layer of frost again. She said with a grave expression, I've been wandering outside since I was young. I don't remember anything about my past at all. Even if I'm the saint girl of Zoroastrianism, it's their responsibility to lose me, right? What right do they have to tell me what to do? Moreover, I know my past identity. Although that's the case, the sect's rules are cold and merciless. Those enforcement elders in the sect don't care about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have searched everywhere for you. I wouldn't have prayed that you didn't find another man, and that you're still a virgin. Kerr's sister sighed. However, when I sensed your aura on that man, I had a bad premonition. In the end, it was proven that my premonition was right. Not only are you no longer a virgin, but you're also pregnant with his child. Do you know that if these things are found out by others who are looking for you, what awaits you is definitely a death sentence. At that time, not only will you and the child in your womb be killed, but your man will also die. He blasphemed the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. The Zoroastrianism will not let him go. Kerr's sister said sternly. At this moment, Kerr's face turned deathly pale. She did not expect her past identity would have such a huge impact that it would even affect her man's life and death. Perhaps, she did not know how powerful Zoroastrianism was in the past. However, after coming to the upper province for more than 2 years, although she did not meet many people, she had learned a lot about the upper province from Z, who was always by her sister's side. She knew that Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great transcendental forces in the upper province. In the Tao Martial Saint land, Zoroastrianism was a colossal existence. It was a huge evil. If Zoroastrianism really wanted her man to die, it was almost impossible for him to survive. I brought you back because I was worried that you would be found by others. Initially, I planned to bring you somewhere else to hide. However, when I thought about it, I felt that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Due to this reason, I brought you back to Zoroastrianism. Kerr's sister continued. Although I hate that man of yours very much, and he was the one who harmed you, I have never harbored any thoughts of harming your child with him. If it was only his child, I definitely wouldn't have let her give birth to it in peace. However, the problem is she's your child. She's also my niece. How can I harm her? As for reuniting with your family, I've thought about it as well. However, there are many Zoroastrianism spies in our family. If I'm not confident, I won't dare to take the risk of exposing you to others. If your identity is exposed, both you and Ling won't be able to survive. When Kerr's sister reached this part of the sentence, she gasped. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, she knew very well what Zoroastrianism was capable of. Kerr's expression changed rapidly. In the end, it turned pale. She did not expect things would turn out this way. Sister, I'm sorry. At this moment, she finally confirmed that she was the one who had misunderstood her elder sister. Chapter 1734. You're my sister. There's no need to be so courteous between us. Kerr's sister shook her head before she said, Now that I've said my piece, if you still insist on leaving Zoroastrianism and the upper province to look for your man in the lower province, I'll personally send you and your daughter to reunite with him. No, I won't go. Kerr quickly shook her head. Although she missed her young master and hoped that her daughter would be able to reunite with her father, she immediately dismissed the thought when she thought about how her young master would be in danger if she and her daughter returned. Even if she had to die, she did not want anything to happen to her young master. In her eyes, her young master's life was more important than her own. That was the man she was willing to give up her life for. Gan Ruyen, how dare you? Just as Kerr's sister heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Kerr's words, an angry shout suddenly came from the sky. Upon hearing the voice, Kerr's sister, Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically. She could tell who the voice belonged to. It was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Shueqin. Gan Ruyan lifted her head, and saw 4 figures standing in the sky. The 4 of them were led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were as sharp as a goshawk's. Especially when he looked at her now, she felt a chill run down her spine. The middle-aged man was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Shueqin. There were 3 people standing behind Shueqin. 2 of them were young men with cold expressions. It was not difficult for Gan Ruyen to guess their identities. They were most likely disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. However, when she saw the last person standing behind Shueqin, her expression darkened again. The last person was a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful features. Of course, in terms of looks, this woman was far inferior to Gan Ruyen. At this moment, the woman looked at Gan Ruyen with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. At the same time, she did not forget to send a voice transmission to her. Gan Ruyen, congratulations on finding your long-lost sister. I'm afraid even your master, Guardian Qinghua, might not be able to help you avoid such a crime, right? I almost forgot. Your good sister didn't just violate the rules and lose her virginity. She even gave birth to a child. This is definitely a blasphemy to us Zoroastrianism. You and her will definitely be punished even more. At the end of the voice transmission, the woman's tone was filled with pride. Wenyan, were you the one who brought Vice Hall Master Jiang here? Although Gan Ruyen didn't know why the woman in front of her knew everything, she couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable flames of anger. What do you mean by I brought him here? Gan Ruyen, don't tell me you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge? Wenyan's voice transmission was still filled with pride. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, everyone has the obligation to uphold the rules of the sect. If you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge, you can complain to Vice Hall Master Jiang Qin and ask him to bring his people away. As soon as she finished speaking, a gloating smile appeared on Wenyan's face. She and Gan Ruyen were both outstanding disciples of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. However, she was always suppressed by Gan Ruyen and had always lived in Gan Ruyen's shadow. This made her angry and helpless at the same time. It was only recently that she discovered Gan Ruyen had secretly brought someone back. After 2 years of investigation, she finally found out who that person was. With this, she finally had the opportunity to strike at Gan Ruyen. In the past, no matter what, she had never won against Gan Ruyen. However, today she had won. Although it was an unfair victory, she did not care about the process. She only cared about the result. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind, Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Kerr in just a blink of an eye. His sharp eyes gleamed as he stared at Kerr. You look exactly like Gan Ruyen. It seems like you're really the little saint girl, Gan Yuyen, who was abducted that year. Gan Yuyen was a name that Kerr was unfamiliar with in the past. However, ever since she followed her sister here, she had found out her original name. It was indeed Gan Yuyen. It was only one word different from her sister's name. I'm not Gan Yuyen, and I'm not a saint girl. Ever since I can remember, my name has always been Kerr. Faced with Jiang Qin's stare, Kerr said nonchalantly. At this moment, she could tell that someone was trying to harm her sister. Therefore, she decided to play dumb. Naturally, she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Ever since she could remember, her name had always been Kerr. For as long as she could remember, her life was tough. She and her mother depended on each other. It was only after her mother died that she sold herself to bury her mother that she met her young master. From then on, she transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. She lived a life that she did not even dare to imagine in the past. She was very satisfied. Do you think you can deny your identity as the Zoroastrianism saint girl, just because you say that? The Zoroastrianism saint girl is Gan Ruyen's twin sister. This is a fact that everyone in the sect knows. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Your face alone is enough to prove that you're Gan Ruyen's twin sister. You're also the Zoroastrianism saint girl, Gan Yuyen. At this moment, when Yin descended from the sky, she stared at Kerr fiercely as a cold smile appeared on her face. It's a pity that you've led a wandering life without any self-respect. Not only have you lost your chastity, but you're also pregnant with another man's bastard child. What's even more ridiculous is that you've given birth to that bastard child. Bastard child? Upon hearing Wen Yan's words, Kerr was naturally enraged. Nobody dared to insult her daughter. Kerr seemed to have turned into a tigress protecting her calf. She suddenly became violent. However, with her little strength, she was no match for Wen Yan. Wen Yan simply raised her hand and restrained her. I heard that in the past, everyone said that you, the saint girl, were more talented than Gan Ruyen. That's why you were chosen as the Zoroastrianism's saint girl. I didn't expect that the outside world would reduce you to such a state. Even a random disciple from the sect is 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than you. Wen Yan. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. Following that, Gan Ruyen attacked and sent the defenseless Wen Yan flying. Gan Ruyen. Wen Yan didn't expect Gan Ruyen to be so ruthless. Her expression changed drastically. She reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Gan Ruyen. What? You've already lost to me. Do you still want to fight me? Gan Ruyen sneered as she looked at Wen Yan with contempt. Although Wen Yan was considered a top figure among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, she was not even worth mentioning in front of Gan Ruyen. Wen Yan's expression changed when she heard this. Bring that child out. Suddenly, Jiang Qin ordered. In an instant, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice, who had followed Jiang Qin here, turned into 2 bolts of lightning and shot into Gan Ruyen's residence. Their figures disappeared. Vice Hall Master Jiang, she's only a child. Gan Ruyen's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She wanted to stop the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice, but Jiang Qin stopped her. Gan Ruyen, you've also violated the sect's rules by harboring a saint girl who has violated the sect's rules. However, since you're Guardian Qing He's last disciple, I won't make things difficult for you for now. However, the Hall of Justice will seek an explanation from Guardian Qing He regarding this matter. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly. As for the saint girl and her illegitimate daughter, I'll bring them to the Hall of Justice. After reporting this to the sect leader, we'll consider the sect leader's opinion and deal with them according to the sect's rules. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice, who had barged into Gan Ruyen's residence, came out. One of them was carrying a little girl in his arms. Baddie, put me down. If you don't put me down, I'll ask my aunt to beat you to death. My aunt is very powerful. The little girl said in a childish voice as she struggled. Si Ling. Kerr's expression changed drastically. She wanted to save her daughter immediately, but she was stopped by Wen Yan. At this moment, Wen Yan no longer had the anger from before. Instead, she had a smile on her face. Saint girl, it's time for you and your precious daughter to visit the Hall of Justice. Vice Hall Master Jiang, you won't even let go of such a young child? Gan Ruyen asked in a trembling voice. Her eyes were red as she stared at Jiang Qin. Although her strength was not bad, in front of the law enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master, she was still lacking by more than just a little. It was impossible for her to snatch her daughter away from him. Let's go. Jiang Qin ignored Gan Ruyen. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air. At the same time, he raised his hand and pulled Kerr with him using an invisible force. The 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice followed closely behind. Sister, please save Si Ling. It doesn't matter what happens to me in the end. Nothing can happen to Si Ling. She's only 2 years old. She hasn't even met her father and her grandparents yet. Kerr's voice was trembling in despair when it entered Gan Ruyen's ears. Whoosh! Upon hearing Kerr's words, Gan Ruyen's eyes turned red immediately. She could not help but make a move. She looked at one of the disciples from the Hall of Justice. It was the disciple who was carrying Duan Si Ling. However, before Gan Ruyen could touch the disciple from the Hall of Justice, a terrifying energy swept through the air and hit her, sending her flying. A cold voice rang in the air. Gan Ruyen, if you continue to obstruct the Hall of Justice, I won't show you any mercy even if your Guardian Qing He's direct disciple. Jiang Qin glanced coldly at Gan Ruyen, who was sent flying, before he led the two disciples from the Hall of Justice away with Kerr and her daughter. Chapter 1735. If it was any other time, Wen Yin would have left after saying such things. However, today, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at Gan Ruyin gloatingly. Currently, Gan Ruyin was injured by Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Her strength was also greatly restricted, so she was not afraid at all. Sister. The purple-clad young girl Zier supported Gan Ruyin. Her face was filled with worry and helplessness. She was worried about her sister, Kerr, and her daughter. Unfortunately, she was too weak and could not help at all. Wen Yin I Gan Ruyin will remember what happened today. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure you beg for death. Gan Ruyin said sternly as she glared at Wen Yin coldly. She had originally thought that the safest place was also the most dangerous place. However, she had never expected that Wen Yin would actually spend 2 whole years to figure out the situation here, and then go to the law enforcement hall to complain, because of the conflict between them. Even in the past, she did not think Wen Yin would hate her to this extent. More than 2 years. Unless there was some kind of unresolvable enmity between them. Who would have the patience to spend so much time scheming against someone? If she knew Wen Yin was such a person, she would not have brought her sister back to the Zoroastrianism. When Gan Ruyin thought about this, her heart was filled with guilt. She felt she was the one who had harmed her sister. Ha 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 ha. When Wen Yin heard Gan Ruyin's words, she immediately laughed before she said disdainfully, Gan Ruyin, you can't even protect yourself now, and you're still thinking of taking revenge on me? How naive. However, I'll wait for that day to come. The moment Wen Yan's words left her mouth, she laughed as she left. Sister, what should we do now? Sister Kerr and Si Ling will die. Had a worried expression on her face. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. If I had known that Wen Yin hated me so much, I would have killed her long ago. Since things have come to this point, I can take one step at a time. No matter what, I will never let anything happen to Kerr. I only have one sister. Gan Ruyan's eyes shone brightly. Now, it's time for me to return to the clan and tell Mother and the others about Kerr. After that, I'll look for Master and hope that Master can intercede for Kerr and Si Ling. Having made her decision, Gan Ruyin left Zoroastrianism and returned to her family. Although her clan, the Gan clan, was only a second-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to their complicated relationship with Zoroastrianism, even those powerful first-rate forces did not dare to easily offend the Gan clan. Gan Ruyin was the granddaughter of the current clan leader of the Gan clan. She was a direct descendant of the Gan clan. Kerr, on the other hand, was Gan Ruyan's twin sister. Naturally, she was also a direct descendant of the Gan clan. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kerr and her daughter had encountered a calamity and were on the verge of death. However, even if he did not know, he still felt anxious. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in reading the books in the main mansion's library, suddenly felt anxious. He could no longer calm down. What's going on? Could it be that something has happened? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He believed that something that could make him feel this way would not be ordinary. Moreover, the person who was in trouble must be someone close to him. Is it Kerr? Or Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian did not consider Li Fei, because he knew she was with his parents. Instead, he thought of his fiancée Kerr and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and barely suppressed the feeling of anxiety in his heart. After the feeling of anxiety subsided, it did not appear again. However, Duan Lingtian did not have the mood to continue reading the books. Moreover, he already knew the things that he wanted to know. Moreover, he did not have much time left in the main mansion. Therefore, he decided to leave. After leaving the library, Duan Lingtian went to register his departure from the main mansion again. Junior brother Lingtian, you don't look well. Did something happen? When the disciple on guard helped Duan Lingtian to register his departure, he noticed Duan Lingtian's expression was not too good. Since Duan Lingtian was a good person, he decided to be nosy and ask about it. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Duan Lingtian shook his head and forced a smile before he bade farewell and left. The few disciples on guard looked at Duan Lingtian's departing silhouette. They only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. At the same time, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Do you think someone has offended junior brother Lingtian? Otherwise, why would his expression be so grave? One of the disciples on guard could not help but speculate. That's possible. Another disciple on guard nodded in agreement. Humph. I really don't know who's so blind as to offend junior brother Lingtian. Perhaps junior brother Lingtian's strength is limited, but how old is he? If he's given more time, who among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be able to compete with him? That's right. No matter who it is, anyone who offends junior brother Lingtian is destined to be unlucky in the future. Junior brother Lingtian is such a good person, and yet, someone has a conflict with him. That person must be the one who started it. Isn't it obvious? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not expect the few disciples on guard of the main mansion would think of so many things just because his expression was slightly grave. After leaving the main mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to the Heaven Palace and returned to his residence. There's still more than a month before the St. Martial Secret Zone opens. As for the competition to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, it'll be held 10 days before the St. Martial Secret Zone opens. On the way back, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and muttered to himself as he temporarily shifted his thoughts elsewhere. However, he was still worried in the depths of his heart. Naturally, at the same time, he felt helpless as well. He did not know anything, and there was nothing he could do. I hope it's just a coincidence and they're fine. Duan Lingtian could only console himself like this. You're finally back. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside his residence, he heard a delicate voice calling out to him. When he regained his senses, he saw a beautiful figure standing in his courtyard. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Wang Feixian. You're looking for me? Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and landed steadily in front of Wang Feixian as he asked with a frown on his face. Where have you been for the past 20 days? Wang Feixian was not in a hurry to reply to Duan Lingtian. Instead, she pulled a long face and asked, Do you know I've been looking for you for more than 20 days? These 20 days have also delayed my cultivation progress. You've been looking for me for more than 20 days. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. You're looking for me? Of course. Wang Feixian nodded matter-of-factly. Why would I look for you if there's nothing? Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for delaying my cultivation for more than 20 days? Delaying your cultivation? Upon hearing Wang Feixian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel amused. Great Miss Wang, you're the one who didn't focus on your cultivation. How can you blame me for that? I don't think you'll stop cultivating because of me. As far as I know, you're known as a cultivation maniac. Let alone the tyrannical Saber Mansion's district, you're even famous in the Mystic Sky territory. Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian to know her so well. She was momentarily stunned. However, when she regained her senses, she began to act shamelessly again. I don't care. You have to compensate me anyway. Otherwise I'll pester you every day and stop you from cultivating. This again. Duan Lingtian was speechless. His expression darkened immediately. Great Miss Wang, do you think it's fun to play like this? I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression, she could not help but stick out her tongue playfully before she continued to say, All right, I won't tease you anymore. I don't want your compensation. You're so stingy. Stingy? Duan Lingtian was speechless again. However, his expression slowly returned to normal after he heard Wang Feixian's words. He continued to ask, Tell me, why are you looking for me? The St. Martial Secret Zone. Perhaps, Wang Feixian was shocked by Duan Lingtian's seriousness earlier. She did not beat around the bush this time, and went straight to the point. The St. Martial Secret Zone? Isn't the St. Martial Secret Zone only going to open a month later? Why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. Of course, I know the St. Martial Secret Zone will only open a month later. However, I'm looking for you because of another matter that's related to the St. Martial Secret Zone as well. Wang Feixian said. Speak. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Before I speak, I want to ask you, how much do you know about the St. Martial Secret Zone? Wang Feixian asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I only heard that there are many good things in there. Moreover, if you can stay in there for a long time, you'll be able to obtain some benefits in your cultivation. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. Duan Lingtian said. Do you know why only quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean have the St. Martial Secret Zone? Wang Feixian asked again. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head decisively. He had only heard from other people that only quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean had the St. Martial Secret Zone. As for the reason, he had no idea at all. Think about it. What do the quasi-third-rate forces have that other forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land don't have? Wang Feixian asked. What other forces don't have? Duan Lingtian frowned. He thought about it for a moment before he relaxed his frown. Let's not talk about the powerhouses and only talk about the things. I only know quasi-third-rate forces have different mineral reserves. Only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves. Don't tell me the formation of the St. Martial Secret Zone is related to quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Feixian. That's right. Chapter 1736. It's said that the existence of the St. Martial Secret Zone is mostly dependent on formations. Those formations also require an endless supply of energy to support them. The energy that supports them comes from the quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Wang Feixian continued to say, as far as I know, the foundation of the St. Martial Secret Zone's formation will accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy every once in a while. At that time, it'll explode. That's the day the St. Martial Secret Zone opens. It's precisely because of this that the St. Martial Secret Zone opens every once in a while. Wang Feixian continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Apart from that, there are many things in the St. Martial Secret Zone that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain. When Wang Feixian reached this part of her sentence, her voice became hurried. Things that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally shocked. Yes. Wang Feixian nodded. What's that? Duan Lingtian was extremely curious. He really could not figure out what was in the St. Martial Secret Zone, that only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter that would attract powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage. Divine ability. Wang Feixian spat out two words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Divine ability. Upon hearing these two words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps, he would not know what a divine ability was. However, after consolidating the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings some time ago, he already knew what a divine ability was. Divine ability was a technique that only powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above could master. It was above all martial tactics. Naturally, although most of the divine saint stage powerhouses had mastered divine abilities, more than 90% of them had mastered divine abilities that were of little value. They were completely useless in a real battle. It was similar to the divine ability, the duplicated embodiment, that almost all divine saint stage Dao cultivators could master. Apart from being a protective talisman for their juniors, it had no other use. It's normal that you haven't heard of the divine ability. It's a technique that only powerhouses above the divine saint stage can master. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian was stunned, she thought this was the first time he had heard about divine abilities. She explained patiently, the divine abilities mastered by ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses are very ordinary. In the Wuxia subterranean, only the divine abilities mastered by powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above can be considered as useful in an actual battle. As long as an ordinary divine saint stage Dao cultivator is willing, they can easily master a divine ability. That divine ability is called the duplicated embodiment. Wang Feixian patiently explained to Duan Lingtian and gave him an example. It was as though she was showing a world of divine abilities to Duan Lingtian. Of course, there are also a small number of divine saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean who have mastered some useful divine abilities. These divine abilities are either comprehended from relics left behind by powerhouses in the past or directly taught to them by other people. Naturally, even if they come across relics and are taught by other people, not everyone can master it. Mastering a divine ability requires innate talent and comprehension ability. Wang Feixian continued to explain. Then, does this mean there's a relic that contains divine abilities in the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out something from Wang Feixian's words. That's right. Wang Feixian nodded. The relics left behind by powerhouses are the most precious treasures in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Although people like us can see the relics when we enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, we can only remember them in our minds. It's almost impossible for us to comprehend them. Those relics can't be copied. For this reason, even if we obtain them, we won't be able to share them with the people outside. Only when one of us has broken through to the Divine Saint stage and mastered the divine ability will we be able to pass it down. Wang Feixian continued to say, no matter which quasi-third-rate force it is, the reason they value the Saint Martial Secret Zone so much is because of the divine ability relic inside. As long as there's a divine saint stage powerhouse among those who enter and master the divine ability inside, there's a chance they'll be able to share the divine ability. No wonder the mystical Sky Mansion has so many saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, but still wants to recruit disciples from the outside. As it turns out, they have such a plan in mind. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His train of thought finally became clear. Divine ability relic. That was something that any quasi-third-rate force would covet. This was because only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone to search for divine ability relic. For this reason, every quasi-third-rate force would seize the opportunity when the Saint Martial Secret Zone opened to search for saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 to enter. Naturally, it was extremely difficult for any quasi-third-rate force to obtain the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. It was already considered good if there was a divine saint stage powerhouse among the saint stage geniuses who had entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone. However, if they wanted him to master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic that he had seen many years ago, it would undoubtedly be too much. For this reason, there were not many quasi-third-rate forces who had successfully passed down the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Apart from the divine ability relic, the other things don't seem that important. In fact, they're not attractive to me at all. Wang Feixian looked at Duan Lingtian as she said, let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian said as he raised an eyebrow. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Wang Feixian came to look for him because of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'd like to work with you. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian going straight to the point, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression. Work with you? How? Duan Lingtian asked. To be honest, he knew nothing about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He did not know what was inside. It was apparent that Wang Feixian had a certain level of understanding about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. For this reason, after he asked this question, he looked at Wang Feixian with a puzzled expression. He wanted to know what Wang Feixian meant by work with you. Wherever there are people, there will be battles. It's the same even in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Wang Feixian seemed to be able to tell Duan Lingtian did not know about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Therefore, she began to explain the Saint Martial Secret Zone to Duan Lingtian. For example, there's a divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that can only be comprehended by one person at a time. As a result, The people who see the divine ability relic at the same time will fight each other. Only the person who stays behind will be able to comprehend the divine ability relic. Naturally, it's a little flattering to say that we'll be able to comprehend it. Without a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above, it's almost impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability relic. The only thing we can do is to memorize the words and characteristics on the divine ability relic. Moreover, although we've memorized everything on the divine ability relic, it's impossible for us to copy it. Even if we copy it by force, we'll only copy its appearance but not its spirit. It's impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability contained in the copied divine ability relic. Wang Feixian explained. Duan Lingtian could understand what Wang Feixian had said. Otherwise, those quasi-third-rate forces would not recruit saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. They did it so that there would be divine saint stage powerhouses among the saint stage geniuses who entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Moreover, they would be able to comprehend the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic they saw in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Once one successfully comprehended the divine ability, it would mean one had mastered the divine ability and would be able to pass it down. Naturally, not everyone would be able to master the divine ability through passing it down. However, at the very least there was hope. Moreover, it was a very high hope. The divine ability relics in the Saint Martial Secret Zone are also divided into different grades and grades. The lowest grade divine ability relic contains the most useless divine ability. It's at the level of the duplicated embodiment. It's completely useless in a real battle. On the other hand, a better divine ability can be used together with a martial tactic to achieve a miraculous effect. A powerful divine ability can even bestow great strength to the person who successfully comprehended it. Mastering such a divine ability is equivalent to mastering an extremely powerful and terrifying martial tactic. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, her eyes burned with passion. In the Saint Martial Secret Zone, the higher the grade of the divine ability relic, the rarer it is. In order to obtain the opportunity to comprehend it, one would have to go through many tests. During this process, if one fails the test, one would be directly kicked out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, she looked at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, I want to work with you. If the two of us work together, I'm sure we'll be able to go far. Even if we obtain the opportunity to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic, it's not impossible. The moment Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, her eyes burned with passion. You're really counting your chickens before they hatch. After hearing Wang Feixian's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, I'm not interested in working with you. Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her immediately. Her expression turned grave immediately. Why are you like this? I'm asking you to work with me out of goodwill, and you're rejecting me without even thinking about it? Don't tell me you think there's no benefit in working with me? I really don't think there's any benefit in working with you, Duan Lingtian said bluntly as he sized up Wang Feixian. Put aside the fact that Wang Feixian was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Even if she was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he would not be interested in working with her. To him, bringing along Wang Feixian was no different from bringing along a burden. If it was an ordinary man, he would have agreed to Wang Feixian's request without even thinking about it. After all, it was difficult to reject a beauty's request. Chapter 1737. After rejecting Wang Feixian, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He did not even care if Wang Feixian was still outside before he closed the door. However, speaking of cooperation, I can work with Lu Jian and the others. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he recalled Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. Lu Jian was from the Raging Wave Mansion. At the same time, he was also the nephew of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Ren Fei was from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, and seemed to have a close relationship with Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Whether it was Lu Hongguang or Ren Zhong, Duan Lingtian had stood them up previously. Until now, he still felt a little guilty about it. He always thought of returning the favor if he had the chance. After learning about the matters in the St. Martial secret zone, Duan Lingtian immediately realized this was a good opportunity to return the favor. As long as he worked with Lu Jian and Ren Fei, and allowed them to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone, he would be able to return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong. Duan Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. Naturally, he would feel relieved if he could return the favor. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Wang Fei Xian that I'm able to find out about the matters in the St. Martial secret zone. Since I'm going to work with Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it doesn't matter if she's one more person. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he opened the door again. However, he discovered Wang Fei Xian was still lost in her thoughts. However, Wang Fei Xian stood there as though she had lost her soul. She did not regain her senses for a long time. Wang Fei Xian was the biological granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She was the eldest young miss of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, everyone treated her like a little ancestor, especially the younger generation of Tyrannic Saber Mansion's disciples. One could say that she was the pride of the heavens in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Of course, even if she left the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, with her identity, no one would look down on her. Other people of the same generation, when facing her, were also like a piece of bone skin plaster, sticking to her and not letting go. If she had any request, they would fulfill it. However, after coming to the mystical Sky Mansion and encountering Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian had suffered setbacks time and time again. All of these setbacks came from Lingtian, the Saint Stage genius. He was also the most outstanding person among the Saint Stage geniuses who had just joined the mystical Sky Mansion. Today, she had finally waited for that Lingtian. She had thought that Lingtian would readily agree to her request for cooperation. Who would have thought that the other party would disdain to cooperate with her? Although she could understand this, she found it hard to accept. The reason why she said that she could understand was because she knew her own limits. With regards to that Duan Lingtian, her little bit of strength really couldn't be of much help. She found it hard to accept this, because a great beauty like her had taken the initiative to ask for cooperation. But she was actually rejected by a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, if she knew that fellow already had 3 women, she would really think that fellow did not like women. Due to this reason, Wang Fei Xian was greatly affected. Hey! Just when Wang Fei Xian was about to go crazy in her heart, the voice that was extremely annoying to her entered her ears in a timely manner. It woke her up from her stupor, and she immediately looked at the source of the voice. That fellow whom she hated had appeared before her eyes again. What's the matter? Wang Fei Xian was not the kind of woman who would stick to the skin plaster. Since the other party had rejected her, she, naturally, would not be so shameless as to stick her hot face to the other party's cold buttocks. I'll agree to your request for cooperation. Faced with Wang Fei Xian's indifference, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart at all. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Fei Xian was once again stunned. The fellow who had just rejected her request for cooperation actually agreed to her request now? It was said that women were fickle. But why did she feel that this fellow was even more fickle than women? However, I have a request. Immediately after, Wang Fei Xian heard the voice again. This caused her expression to darken, and she glared at Duan Lingtian with an unfriendly gaze. If you want to use this to threaten me and take advantage of me, then you're wrong. Although I want to cooperate with you, I'm not at the point of selling myself out. Humph. After speaking, Wang Fei Xian did not wait for Duan Lingtian's response. She turned around and walked away. Her entire movement was as smooth as flowing water, and it was very elegant. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. This woman, did she think that he would make such a request? Did he look like that kind of person? Wait. However, Duan Lingtian knew that if he did not say anything at this time, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had such thoughts. Therefore, he quickly spoke up and stopped Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian stopped in her tracks and turned around. She coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, but did not say anything. I say, Miss Wang, are you feeling too good about yourself? Or do you think that I'm that kind of shameless person? Duan Lingtian spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, although you're not bad looking and have a good figure, you're really not that attractive to me. My 2 fiancés and 1 confidant are not any worse than you. When Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Feixian was instantly stunned. She seriously looked into Duan Lingtian's eyes and saw the purity in them. For a moment, she realized that she had misunderstood him. The eyes were the windows to a person's soul. The eyes would not lie. At this moment, Wang Feixian's beautiful face could not help but blush. She looked extremely charming. What do you want? If it was not an outrageous request, she would still be able to accept it. After all, she really wanted to work with Duan Lingtian. Of course, rather than saying that she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, it was more accurate to say that she wanted to ride on his coattails. She believed that only by following Duan Lingtian would she be able to maximize her chances of comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic. I need you to help me find 2 people to join us and work with us, Duan Lingtian said to Wang Feixian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian's eyes lit up immediately. Who? In her opinion, even a saint stage genius like her was initially rejected by Duan Lingtian. However, now that Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to work with 2 other people, those 2 people would definitely be stronger than her. This was a good thing for her. I can't believe this fellow has already gotten to know a saint stage genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion, so soon after arriving at the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Heaven Palace, there are only 2 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 who are stronger than me. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian wants me to look for them? The moment Wang Feixian thought about this, she felt excited. If that was the case, then she would be riding on 3 coattails this time. It would be difficult for her not to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the high-grade divine ability relic. Lu Jian Renfei, Duan Lingtian said to Wang Feixian. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Wang Feixian's ears, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on her head, extinguishing all the enthusiasm in her heart. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the names Lu Jian and Renfei. In fact, she had even met them a few times before. After all, they were both young geniuses from 4th-rate forces. Renfei had even tried to pursue her before. However, after being beaten up by her, he no longer dared to pursue her. Why you? Are you close to them? Wang Feixian asked with a frown. She really could not understand why this fellow would want to work with Lu Jian and Renfei. She was not even comparable to those 2 fellows. Not only would she not be of help to them, but she would also be a burden to them. I don't know them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Initially, Wang Feixian thought Duan Lingtian knew Lu Jian and Renfei Xian and was close to them. That was why he wanted to work with them and help them out. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was rendered speechless. You don't know them, but you still plan to work with them? Do you know that although they're young geniuses from the Raging Wave Mansion and the Sky Hurdle Mansion, their cultivation base has not even broken through to the refined saint stage? That Renfei in particular is only a mastery pristine saint stage martial cultivator. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, she had a gloomy expression on her face. Although I don't know them, I owe both of their seniors a favor. I've decided to repay this favor in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Duan Lingtian said. If you're unwilling to work with them, you can reject them. Naturally, even if you don't help me look for them, I'll look for them myself. If you don't want to work with them, it means you won't work with me as well. Duan Lingtian directly gave Wang Feixian a chance to choose. Upon hearing this, Wang Feixian felt even more gloomy. She wanted to work with Duan Lingtian because she valued his strength. She thought he would be able to bring her to greater heights. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring along 2 burdens. To be honest, she was not willing at all. What do you think? Great Miss Wang, have you made up your mind? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine if you let them join us. However, you have to promise that they'll work with us and won't drag us down, Wang Feixian said solemnly. Why? Great Miss Wang, do you have so little confidence in me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps it was Duan Lingtian's smile that infected Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian could sense the confidence in Duan Lingtian's tone. Wang Feixian no longer said anything, and obediently left to look for Lu Jian and Ren Fei. What? You want me to join your little group? And Ling Tian as well? Originally, Lu Jian was puzzled when he saw Wang Feixian coming to look for him. He wondered why this young lady was looking for him. However, when Wang Feixian told him the reason for her visit, he was instantly overjoyed. Wang Feixian and Ling Tian were the two strongest people among the 37 people who had joined the mystical sky mansion previously. Entering the St. Martial secret zone this time was filled with difficulties. Initially, he was still thinking if he should find a few people to work with to help each other. However, he did not expect Wang Feixian would come before he could even make a move. Not only that, but she had also delivered a huge gift to him. If you're willing, then this matter is settled. Naturally, it's fine if you're not willing. However, you'll have to come with me to inform that fellow. Otherwise, he'll think I didn't inform you and say you're not willing. Chapter 1738. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. As soon as Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, Lu Jian quickly replied. It was as though he was afraid he would lose the opportunity to work with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian if he was too late. What a joke! Working together with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian to enter the St. Martial secret zone was definitely a great thing that would only benefit him. Unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey, he would definitely not reject it. Since you're willing, then it's decided. However, there's still one more thing you have to do. Wang Feixian nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, she looked at Lu Jian again and said, You should know Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, right? Yes. Lu Jian quickly nodded. At the same time, he looked at Wang Feixian in confusion and thought to himself, Don't tell me this little miss wants me to help her teach Ren Fei a lesson to prove my allegiance to her, so that I can work with her and Ling Tian? He had heard about Ren Fei pursuing Wang Feixian before. From the beginning, he did not think highly of Ren Fei's actions. In the end, it was just as he had guessed. Ren Fei and the others who pursued Wang Feixian were all beaten up. When he heard Wang Feixian mentioning Ren Fei, Lu Jian's first reaction was that this little miss was not satisfied with beating Ren Fei up previously and wanted him to help her beat Ren Fei up again. Ren Fei, I'm sorry. Lu Jian quickly made up his mind. In order to work with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian, he would accept it even if he had to offend Ren Fei and fall out with him. However, Wang Feixian's next words stunned him. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood. Go look for Ren Fei and ask him if he's interested in joining our small team. If he's willing, ask him to prepare himself and compete for the spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. If he can't even get a spot, then he's not qualified to work with us. If he's unwilling, you can take him to Ling Tian and ask him to personally refuse to cooperate. Wang Feixian said, Let Ren Fei join us? Lu Jian frowned. Ren Fei's strength was a notch weaker than his. To be honest, even if Wang Feixian did not come to look for him today, he would not even consider Ren Fei if he were to look for someone to work with. He would only consider those saint stage geniuses whose cultivation bases were on par with him, or even stronger than him. Naturally, those saint stage geniuses who were stronger than him might not necessarily be willing to work with him. After all, the St. Martial secret zone was filled with benefits. No one was willing to cooperate with the weak and let the weak have a share of the profits. It was precisely because of this that he was ecstatic when Wang Feixian came to him for a collaboration. This was because it was like a meat pie falling from the sky. What? We haven't even despised you yet, and you're already despising Ren Fei? Seeing Lu Jian frown, how could Wang Feixian not know what he was thinking? Disdain immediately appeared on her face. Hearing this, Lu Jian felt a little awkward. That was right. With Wang Feixian and Ling Tian's strength, they did not despise him. What right did he have to despise Ren Fei? Miss Feixian, Lu Jian took a deep breath as though he had mustered up his courage before he asked. With your and Ling Tian's strength, you'll definitely be invincible in the Saint Martial secret zone if the two of you join forces. Why did you look for Ren Fei and me to work with you? If you bring us along, I'm afraid we'll be a burden to you. Can you tell me the reason? As one of the two strongest people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Jian was naturally not stupid. Ling Tian and Wang Feixian did not bring them along out of kindness. There must be a reason behind it. He really wanted to know the reason. Naturally, he did not think Wang Feixian and Wang Feixian were trying to harm them. With Wang Feixian and Wang Feixian's strength, if they really wanted to harm them, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble to work with them. In any case, the reason doesn't lie with me. If it's possible, I don't want to work with two burdens like you. Wang Feixian was a straightforward woman. She did not hold back when she spoke. Lu Jian did not get angry. He only smiled wryly as he said, in that case, the reason lies with Ling Tian. May I ask, Miss Feixian, did Ling Tian tell you the reason? He didn't say much. All he said is that he owes your seniors a favor and wants to use this opportunity to return the favor. Both of you are really lucky. With him around, perhaps you'll be able to come into contact with the highest grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone. Wang Feixian said indifferently. Don't forget what I asked you to do. After saying this, Wang Feixian left. She passed the task of inviting Ren Fei to their group to Lu Jian. Naturally, Lu Jian did not dare to neglect Wang Feixian's request. He immediately went to look for Ren Fei and told him about working with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian. Miss Feixian wants to work with us? When Ren Fei heard Lu Jian's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He smiled as he said, it seems like Miss Feixian is still very sentimental. It seems like my efforts to pursue her weren't in vain. Sigh. With the way Miss Feixian has taken care of me this time, I'm sure she has me in her heart. If I had put in more effort back then, I might have been able to win her heart. However, it's not too late now. Since Miss Feixian wants to work with me, I'm sure she still has feelings for me. Perhaps, as long as I put in more effort, I'll be able to break through the last layer of paper and win her heart. As Ren Fei muttered to himself, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Although Ren Fei was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. Everything was heard by Lu Jian, causing the corners of Lu Jian's mouth to involuntarily twitch. Isn't this guy a little too full of himself? However, in order to avoid angering Wang Feixian and missing out on this opportunity to work with her, Lu Jian could not help but remind him. Ren Fei, don't think too much about it. It's not Miss Feixian's idea to get us involved in this collaboration. According to Miss Feixian, she really doesn't want to bring two burdens like us along. It's not Miss Feixian's idea? Lu Jian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Ren Fei's head, causing him to wake up from his dream. It's Ling Tian's idea. However, I don't know him. I don't know him as well. Lu Jian smiled wryly. However, according to Miss Feixian, it seems like he owes our senior a favor, and he intends to return the favor in the Saint Martial secret zone. I see. Ren Fei finally understood. In that case, it's a good thing. With Ling Tian's strength, we'll definitely be able to comprehend a good divine ability relic if we work with him. Indeed. Lu Jian agreed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Perhaps it was due to Ren Fei and Lu Jian's participation. Wang Feixian felt a lot of pressure. She actually managed to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before she competed for the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was naturally boosted. Even in the entire mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people who were at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 40. However, Wang Feixian was one of them. For this reason, apart from the boost in her confidence, Wang Feixian could not help but feel a little complacent. Ling fellow, I've just broken through. Why don't you spar with me? After breaking through, Wang Feixian instantly went to look for Duan Lingtian. You've broken through? Duan Lingtian was also surprised by Wang Feixian's breakthrough. He already knew Wang Feixian was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. An early refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. Moreover, she was a woman. This was already considered rare. However, Wang Feixian had broken through again? Duan Lingtian had to admit that Wang Feixian's innate talent was second only to Ker's sister among all the young women he had met. If I don't break through, I'm really afraid those two burdens will drag us down. Wang Feixian snorted. In the end, you still don't believe me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he asked, however, are you sure you want to spar with me? Of course. I also want to know how big the gap is between us after I've broken through. Wang Feixian nodded eagerly. Come then. Duan Lingtian nodded and calmly received Wang Feixian's attack. Wang Feixian did not hold back, and made the first move to gain the upper hand by striking first. After her territory was consolidated, she launched a barrage of attacks at Duan Lingtian from all directions. It was as though she wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian in one move. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of Wang Feixian's attack. He calmly mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body. Soon after, the Sun True Origin appeared on the surface of his body and transformed into faint golden sword rays that flew around him rapidly. This was the defensive technique that Duan Lingtian had cast by combining his true origin with the Sovereign Heart Sword, and the defensive martial tactic, the Colossal Arrow Bell, that he had cultivated in the past. Of course, his current defensive technique was much more powerful than the Colossal Arrow Bell. He had given this defensive technique a name, Colossal Sword Bell. It sounded the same, but had different characters. From afar, Duan Lingtian stood there with a faint golden brilliance emanating from his body. At the same time, the golden sword rays were like golden talismans as they flew around him rapidly and formed a layer of powerful defensive light shield that seemed to be able to defend against everything. Finally, Wang Feixian's attack that blotted out the sky finally landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! 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 Wang Feixian was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all. Her attack tore through the air and set off a series of explosions in the air. The attacks landed on the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body like a storm. Break! At this moment, Wang Feixian cried out as her attack became even more ferocious. Boom! 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 At the same time, the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble. Chapter 1739. Although Wang Feixian knew she was not a match for Duan Lingtian, before she made her move, she was still curious. What she wanted to know more was the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Before she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, she did not even have the courage to fight with Duan Lingtian, since Duan Lingtian was at the mastery refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had gone to the spirit pool to cultivate. Even if he had not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, his strength must have increased tremendously. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was greatly boosted. That was why she thought of sparring with Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? However, when Wang Feixian saw she could not break the defense on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, even after she had unleashed her full strength, she was dumbfounded. The confidence she had gained from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage had completely crumbled at this moment. Why you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? A terrifying thought instantly appeared in Wang Feixian's mind as she stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. The only explanation for the scene before her eyes was that he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how powerful a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was, it was impossible for him to block her full-powered attack so easily. Originally, Wang Feixian was wondering if this fellow had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out from the spirit pool. However, after she tested him herself, she was certain this fellow must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, It was impossible for him to be so ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian merely shrugged and smiled faintly in the face of Wang Feixian's question. He did not say anything. However, in Wang Feixian's eyes, Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wang Feixian was thinking, he would be rendered speechless. The reason he did not say anything was because he was afraid it would frighten Wang Feixian. Moreover, Wang Feixian might not believe him. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. It was not even comparable to the current Wang Feixian. Of course, what was mentioned here was only cultivation, and not strength. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer limited to cultivation. Even if he did not rely on his powerful physical body, even if he did not rely on external forces, his strength was already comparable to a great sage realm initial powerhouse. 3 days later will be the day our Heaven Palace will compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. At that time, I'll come and look for you, and we'll go together. After being dealt a blow by Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian's confidence had also crumbled. She was unwilling to stay here any longer. The moment her words left her mouth, she left in a hurry. We'll compete for the spot in 3 days. The Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 13 days. I'm really looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Feixian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian was unaware that while he was waiting to compete for the spot to enter the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone in 3 days, news of his identity as Lingtian had begun to spread. It had even reached the ears of a few quasi-third-rate forces. Lingtian, a saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old. As soon as he entered the mystical Sky Mansion, he fought to a draw with a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse from the Heaven Palace. After that, he entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, and only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Let alone the mystical Sky Mansion, such a saint stage genius was extremely rare, even in the other quasi-third-rate forces. For example, the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were the leaders of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean. Although they also had such young geniuses, they only had one. Moreover, compared to Lingtian from the mystical Sky Mansion, they seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to this reason, the news of Lingtian had spread to the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, causing quite a commotion. In the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the supreme leader, Dugu, had also learned about this news. Has it been confirmed? Dugu asked in an indifferent tone, as he looked at the black-clad old man, who was standing respectfully below him. Yes, Lord Leader, the black-clad old man replied respectfully. The black-clad old man replied respectfully. This news was sent back by the people our Mountain Shade Black Market planted in the mystical Sky Mansion. There's no way it's fake. Lord Leader, Lingtian is definitely a rare genius in our Debussy subterranean. If our Mountain Shade Black Market can get him, even if you go to the upper province in the future, our Mountain Shade Black Market will still be glorious for a few hundred years. You seem to think highly of him. However, do you really think he's stronger than Black Hawk? Duga asked again. Lord Leader, I suspect that Lingtian from the mystical Sky Mansion has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although Black Hawk is a rare genius in our Mountain Shade Black Market, he's already 39 years old. He'll definitely have to wait until he's 40 years old before he can break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The black-clad old man said again. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young. Those above the age of 40 were no longer considered young. How old is Lingtian? Dugo asked again. It's said that he's not even 38 years old. The black-clad old man replied. Not even 38 years old? Duga's eyes lit up immediately. Then, does this mean that Lingtian is not inferior to Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district not long ago? Perhaps he's slightly inferior to Li Feng, but it's not too far off. The black-clad old man's eyes gleamed as he continued to say. However, that Li Feng was short-lived. Many people guess that he's from the upper province. However, this Ling Tian is different. If he's from the upper province, it'll be easy for him to join those powerful forces. There's no need for him to come to our lower province to join a quasi-third-rate force. Good. Very good. Duga nodded. Make a trip there, and try your best to bring Ling Tian back. If he's unwilling, kill him. With him in the mystical sky mansion, won't they be able to ride on our mountain-shaped black market's head in another 100 years? I don't want the mystical sky mansion to become the second azure cloud mansion. Do you understand? Understood. When the black-clad old man heard this, he nodded solemnly and retreated at the same time. Ling Tian. This name sounds a little familiar, Duga muttered to himself. Duga muttered to himself after the old man left. Then he seemed to have recalled something. Oh right, Duan Rufeng's son is called Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt the name of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's son, was similar to the name of the genius from the mystical sky mansion. Leader Dugu of the mountain-shade black market did not link the two of them together. The reason he did not link the two of them together was because he felt it was impossible for Duan Rufeng's son to be so monstrous. Secondly, he felt if Ling Tian was Duan Rufeng's son, he would definitely not go to the mystical sky mansion. Compared to the current Azure Cloud Mansion, the difference between the mystical sky mansion and the mystical sky mansion was huge. Since the mountain-shade black market had received the news, the Azure Cloud Mansion, that was not any weaker than the mountain-shade black market, had naturally received the news as well. On the celestial island that was suspended in the air, inside a huge palace, a blue-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat in the main hall. The two jade beads in his hands were spinning continuously as they emitted a soft sound. It was especially ear-piercing in this quiet main hall. Elder Yuan, you said the genius from the mystical sky mansion is called Ling Tian? Finally, the blue-robed middle-aged man who was also the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, spoke. At the same time, he looked at one of the two old men seated below him. Yes, the old man that Duan Rufeng was looking at was none other than Rong Yuan. At the same time, he was also Duan Rufeng's right-hand man. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was as famous as Kumi. When Rong Yuan heard Duan Rufeng's question, he nodded solemnly. At this moment, Kumi, who was standing at the side, also chimed in. Lord Mansion Master. This mystical sky mansion's Ling Tian seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, his name is exactly the same as young mansion masters. Could he be the young mansion master? Tiana. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed. In fact, he had also thought of this possibility. However, he found it hard to believe that his son's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, how long had his son been in the Dao Martial Saint land? If he's really Tian there's hope for him to fight with the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, 2 years later to obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, is it possible that he's Tian? Duan Rufeng did not think it was possible. I don't think so. Rong Yuan shook his head and said, 2 years ago, when the young mansion master left Windfall Nation with the Devil Seal tablet, he was only at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. How's it possible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years? Perhaps it's impossible for ordinary people, but he's the young mansion master, the son of Lord Mansion Master. Kumi said confidently. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in the young mansion master, whom he had never met before. Naturally, this was also because of Duan Rufeng's monstrous talent. In his opinion, like father like son. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Rong Yuan glanced at Duan Rufeng and fell silent for a moment. The rise of the mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion was definitely legendary. If his son inherited his monstrous talent, it was not impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. When Duan Rufeng noticed Kumi and Rong Yuan's gaze, he shook his head. He was the only one who knew his own experience. He was able to rise up in such a short period of time mostly because of the powerful devil cultivator, Black Underworld. At that time, in order to increase his strength, Black Underworld took many shortcuts. It was not a cultivation path that could be replicated by ordinary martial cultivators or Dao cultivators. For this reason, only he knew unless his son had a fortuitous encounter as well. It was impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the paramount saint rudiment stage in just over 2 years. Elder Ku, whether he's Tiana or not, you should make a trip to the mystical sky mansion to have a look. Chapter 1740. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. 10 days later, the mystical sky mansion's St. Martial secret zone would open. At that time, only 30 people would be able to enter to train. Naturally, instead of calling it training, it would be more accurate to call it treasure hunting. There were many good things in the St. Martial secret zone. The most attractive thing was undoubtedly the various divine ability relics hidden inside. Those divine ability relics were ancient relics left behind by powerhouses in the past. Not many of those powerhouses were from the mystical sky mansion. After all, the mystical sky mansion had only been promoted to a quasi-third-rate force recently. The mystical sky mansion had spent a lot of effort to recruit saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 in hopes of having more people. If someone successfully broke through to the divine saint stage after coming out of the St. Martial secret zone and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics in the St. Martial secret zone, that would be the greatest reward. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were only a handful of people who had broken through to the divine saint stage and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics after coming out of the St. Martial secret zone. Those who managed to pass down their divine abilities were even rarer. 10 days later, the mystical sky mansion's St. Martial secret zone would open. Since there were only 30 spots, they would have to compete for the spots to enter the St. Martial secret zone. Out of the 30 spots, the Heaven Palace had 10 spots. The remaining 20 spots were divided among the other 3 palaces. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements to enter the St. Martial secret zone were not happy at all. If it was possible, they would rather compete with the other 3 palaces. Although the other 3 palaces only had less than 7 spots on average, the number of outstanding young disciples from the other 3 palaces was not even half of the Heaven Palace's. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the competition was extremely intense. There was a vast and boundless platform at the peak of the steep mountain where the Heaven Palace was located. The competition for the spots to enter the St. Martial secret zone would be held here. For this reason, it was already crowded early in the morning. Many people from the other 3 palaces even came to watch the show. Although they were also competing for the spots to enter the St. Martial secret zone, it was not as exciting as the Heaven Palaces. For this reason, the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace's disciples who were not qualified to compete had all come to the Heaven Palace early in the morning to watch the show. The spots for the Heaven Palace's spots. A palace's Heaven Palace's Heaven Palaces. One of the Heavenly Palace's disciples lamented, "That's right. It sounds like our Heavenly Palace has more quotas than the other 3 palaces. However, if we were to really compete for it, the weakest of the 10 Heavenly Palace's disciples who obtain the quotas will definitely be stronger than the weakest 3 disciples from the other 3 palaces." Another Heavenly Palace's disciple said, "Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Putting everything else aside, just the powerhouses above the refined saint stage are already 4 in the Heaven Palace. More than 2 months ago, our Heaven Palace had new disciples. That Ling Tian and that Wang Fei Xian are both at the refined saint stage. With this, our Heaven Palace will have 6 refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40. The 6 of them will definitely be able to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone today. The competition for the remaining 4 spots will definitely be very intense. I suspect that without a cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, I'm afraid it's impossible to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. So many sage-level geniuses have been recruited into the mansion this time. And this has also put a lot of pressure on the people who originally met the requirements. That's right. Initially, I didn't think much of it when they said they were going to recruit Saint Stage geniuses. I thought no matter how many they recruited, there would definitely not be anyone above the refined Saint Stage. However, it did not cross my mind that not only did they recruit 2 refined Saint Stage powerhouses, but both of them even came to our Heaven Palace. Let's not talk about Wang Feixian. She's the granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She's also famous in our mystical Sky Mansion. That Ling Tian, I wonder where he came from. His strength is the strongest among all the disciples below the age of 40 in our mystical Sky Mansion. That Ling Tian was able to fight Guolu to a draw previously. His cultivation base must be close to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. After that, he went to the spirit pool again. It only took him 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Do you think it's possible that he has already broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage? Isn't that obvious? I think he must have broken through. I think so too. Around the vast platform, one by one, the Heaven Palace's disciples discussed animatedly. The topic shifted from the competition to enter the St. Martial secret zone to Duan Lingtian. Almost 80% of the Heaven Palace's disciples felt that Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. At the corner of the crowd, Guolu stood there quietly with a faint smile on his face. Only he knew that his junior brother Lingtian's strength had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage a long time ago. To junior brother Lingtian, the baptism in the spirit pool only gave him a push on his path to the eminent Saint Stage. Naturally, the reason Guolu had such thoughts was because Duan Lingtian had gone easy on him previously. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined Saint Stage at that time. After the baptism in the spirit pool, he might not have broken through, but his cultivation base must have improved. Due to this reason, he did not comment on the discussion of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. Guolu, do you also think that Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared next to Guolu. They were 2 young men. Upon closer inspection, they looked exactly the same. Not only that, but both of them were dressed in white. Coupled with their handsome faces, they appeared graceful and extraordinary. The person who spoke was the white-clad young man on the left. It was impossible to distinguish between these 2 white-clad young men, because one of them had a red mole between his brows, while the other one had a black mole between his brows. The person who spoke to Guolu was the white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows. I don't know. When Guolu saw the 2 of them, he could not help but frown. Although these 2 fellows did not have any deep enmity with him, they liked to flaunt their strength. After he had been defeated by the 2 of them, they actually came to challenge him frequently, and each time, they showed no mercy. Moreover, there was once when he admitted defeat. They did not hold back, and made him bedridden for half a month. Due to this reason, Guolu did not have a good impression of them. The 2 white-clad young men, who looked exactly the same, were the 2 mastery refined Saint Stage disciples in Heaven Palace, who were stronger than Guolu. They were a pair of twins, and both of them were stronger than Guolu. Once they joined forces, they could even defeat some ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined Saint Stage with the help of the telepathy between the twins. Due to this reason, they were extremely arrogant. Guolu, you're really getting worse as you age. Isn't it just a brat who's still wet behind the ears? How embarrassing. The white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows, Luo He, who was the younger twin, glanced at Guolu disdainfully and sneered. It's fine if you're embarrassing yourself, but you actually dragged us into this as well. Due to the fact that you came to a draw with him that day, there are people who suspect that after that brat comes out of the spirit pool, both of us might not be a match for him at all. The other white-clad young man with the red mole between his brows, Luo Shan, said in a deep voice as he glanced at Guolu. If you want to prove yourself, Why don't you look for junior brother Ling Tian to spar? Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Guolu said nonchalantly. Guolu, you're seeking death. Luohi's expression turned grave as true origin surged out of his body. It was obvious he wanted to attack. Am I wrong? Guolu smirked. I admit that I'm inferior to both of you. If both of you want to find a balance with me, I'll accept it. However, that would only make both of you look like cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Guolu did not intentionally lower his voice when he spoke, and it attracted the attention of many Heaven Palace's disciples. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples instantly surrounded them and looked at Guolu and the Luo brothers with interest. Humph. Luohi's expression turned grave when he saw Guolu had purposely lured them over. If he still made a move at this moment, it would really prove Guolu's words were true. A tree needed its bark, and a man needed his face. Luohi could not afford to lose this face. Guolu, we'll let you know that any one of us brothers is stronger than that brat. Luo Shan said with a grave expression. Everyone knows how to boast. Why don't you wait until both of you can defeat junior brother Ling Tian before you say that? The smirk on Guolu's face deepened. At this moment, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who had surrounded them had roughly figured out what was going on. They began to whisper among themselves. The Luo brothers actually want to spar with Ling Tian? Any one of the Luo brothers is stronger than Guolu. However, it's very likely that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. If it's just one of them, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. The difference between the peak of the refined saint stage and the mastery refined saint stage is not a joke. If Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, unless the Luo brothers join forces, they won't be a match for Ling Tian at all. You've gone overboard with your words. Saying that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is merely a guess. Perhaps he hasn't broken through yet? If he really hasn't broken through, any one of the Luo brothers will stand a chance. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that he was being targeted by two of the most powerful people among the mastery refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace, a pair of twins. Outside the steep mountain wall, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian soared into the air together as they made their way to the peak. Have you notified Lu Jian and Ren Fei? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Yes. Chapter 1741. None of them managed to obtain a spot? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. He had not thought of this possibility before. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. However, his frown quickly disappeared as he said nonchalantly, if none of them managed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, there's nothing I can do to help them. As for the favor I owe their seniors, I'll find a chance to repay it in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. I hope those two fellows won't be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone this time. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself. In her opinion, even if Lu Jian and Ren Fei managed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, their strength would definitely be at the bottom among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who would enter the Saint Martial secret zone. They would only be a burden if they followed her and Ling Tian. For this reason, she hoped those two fellows would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone today. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian saw the anticipation in Wang Fei Xian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian could guess what she was thinking. However, he did not say anything about it. Since he had agreed to work with Wang Fei Xian, he would work with Wang Fei Xian as well. As for Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it would depend on whether they would be able to live up to his expectations. If they were not, he would not be able to help them. However, if they were, he would be able to help them in the Saint Martial secret zone, and try his best to give them a chance to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Naturally, he could only say that he would try his best. After all, he did not know much about the situation in the Saint Martial secret zone. Due to this reason, he did not dare to make any guarantees. We're here. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air and entered the peak, Wang Feixian's voice resonated in his ears. Then, both of them rose into the air side by side and landed on the vast platform on the peak. The appearance of the two naturally attracted the attention of many people. The young man and woman, who were like a golden couple, walked side by side, like an immortal couple. Sensing the gazes around her, Wang Feixian's pretty face flushed a rare shade of red, revealing a rare shyness of a little girl. It's Wang Feixian. It really is her. I've seen this young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion once before, but I didn't expect she'd really join our mystical sky mansion. Moreover, she's even in our heaven palace. Just as the rumors say, this Miss Wang not only has martial talent and strength that are not inferior to men of the same age, she also has a face that can cause the downfall of a nation. God really treats her well, giving her all the good things. I'm afraid that other girls of the same age would feel ashamed of their inferiority when facing her. Soon after, many people recognized Wang Feixian. Based on their words, they praised Wang Feixian to the heavens. They were just short of saying this woman should only exist in the heavens. If it was any other time, Wang Feixian would not feel anything when she heard such praise. However, there was another person by her side now. Moreover, it was someone she admired. Due to this reason, she felt a little smug. At the same time, she instinctively turned her head to look at the man next to her. Soon after, Wang Feixian was disappointed. This was because she realized the man next to her did not react at all when he heard the people around him praising her. This caused her to feel a sense of defeat. What a blockhead! Wang Feixian cursed inwardly. I really don't know how he managed to deceive those 3 women of his. Even a blockhead like him knows how to woo girls? Someone recognized Wang Feixian. After a while, more and more people learned about Wang Feixian's arrival. Wang Feixian, the great young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion. It's said that she's already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator at such a young age. She can be considered as the strongest woman among the younger generation in the mystical sky territory. Not only is this great young Miss Wang's innate talent in martial Tao, but she's also as beautiful as a flower. Not only that, but she also has a powerful background as well. Whoever marries her will have to work harder for at least 30 years. You're right. Unfortunately, although great young Miss Wang has many suitors, she doesn't care about any of them at all. It's obvious she has high standards. I'm afraid there aren't many men in this world who can catch her eye. As time passed by, more and more people came closer and looked at Wang Feixian one after another. Great young Miss Wang actually came with a man. Who's he? Great young Miss Wang is actually so close to him. My God! Is this really the great young Miss Wang who keeps men at arm's length? Soon after, many people noticed Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Wang Feixian. All eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice these gazes as he continued to walk forward. When Wang Feixian noticed the gazes from the surroundings and saw Duan Lingtian's calm reaction, she rolled her eyes as a sinister smile appeared on her face. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Wang Feixian extended her hand at lightning speed and held Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked forward. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian came to a halt when his arm was held. He looked at Wang Feixian with a frown on his face. Hey, you can't be so petty, right? I'm just hugging your arm. Do you have to be like this? Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian to stop because of her little action. Moreover, he even questioned her in a questioning tone. She instantly felt wronged. She was the great young miss of the tyrannical saber mansion, who had countless pursuers. Today, she took the initiative to hug a man's arm, and was treated in such a manner. When had she ever been treated like this? At this moment, Wang Feixian showed a rare expression of being wronged. Duan Lingtian's heart softened a little. If you like hugging, then go ahead. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and did not say anything else. Who knew if this young lady would cry if he continued? The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Wang Feixian hugging Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked forward. Who is that guy? Great young Miss Wang is hugging his arm? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. Oh my god. Since when did great young Miss Wang fall to the point of taking the initiative? In the past, many young men wanted to pursue her, but they were all rejected by her. However, today, she actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm. I'm so envious. How nice would it be if I were that man? Stop dreaming. With your ugly appearance, it'd be a wonder if great young Miss Wang would take a fancy to you. Many gazes that were as sharp as knives landed on Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. To the men in the mystical sky mansion, Wang Feixian was undoubtedly the woman of their dreams. She was high and mighty, and could not be profaned. However, today, Wang Feixian actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm in front of them. Who's he? I've never seen him before. Although Duan Lingtian's alias, Ling Tian, had long become famous in the mystical sky mansion, not many people had seen him before. Due to this reason, many people did not recognize him. Isn't that Ling Tian? Finally, someone recognized Duan Lingtian after confirming his identity a few times. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His words were like a huge rock that had fallen into a calm lake. It caused the surface of the lake to explode, causing waves of uproar and ripples to arise. Ling Tian? He's Ling Tian? He's the Duan Lingtian, who fought Guolu to a draw, and only stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days before completely absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. I can't believe this Ling Tian is not only strong, but he's also so handsome. I just realized. My heart is beating really fast. I think I might have fallen in love with him. Many pairs of eyes that were trained on Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and astonishment. Many female disciples kept throwing flirtatious glances at Duan Lingtian. Based on their postures, it was as though Duan Lingtian could push them down at any time if he wanted to. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian's identity had been exposed, her limelight was completely overshadowed. However, she was surprised to discover that not only was she not unhappy, but she was also in a good mood. As long as one was not a mystical sky mansion's disciple, who was particularly ill-informed, almost everyone had heard of Wang Feixian. Although Ling Tian had just risen in the mystical sky mansion, his deeds were enough to amaze everyone. Ling Tian is here. Let's go. Let's go and have a look. I haven't seen this saint stage genius from our heaven palace before. Me too. I've only heard of him before, but I've never seen him before. In the distance, more and more heaven palace's disciples learned that Duan Lingtian had arrived. Immediately, a group of people began to swarm toward Duan Lingtian. Their purpose was, naturally, to see Duan Lingtian's true colors. To be more precise, they wanted to see the true colors of Duan Lingtian, who Ling Tian had assumed the name of Ling Tian. Without any surprise, Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention. More and more people began to gather from all directions, including the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the other 3 palaces, who had come to join in the fun. They were also curious about this monstrous disciple from Heaven Palace. They wanted to see what kind of person he was. Since so many people knew Duan Lingtian had arrived, Guolu naturally knew as well. He immediately went over and looked at the Luo brothers who were standing nearby provocatively. It was as though he was saying to them, "The real deal is here. Do you dare to challenge him?" When the Luo brothers sensed Guolu's provocative gaze, their expressions turned grave. At the same time, it was unknown if they were hot-headed or they really wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. After Guolu retracted his gaze, they began to make their move and walked toward the crowd. Junior brother Ling Tian. Unlike the others who were standing at the side and whispering among themselves, Guolu walked through the crowd and greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Senior brother Guolu. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Guolu, so he responded with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, the Luo brothers will most likely challenge you in a while. You can just spar with them alone. If they join forces, you can just reject them directly. When the 2 of them join forces, they've even defeated many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Since they're twins, they have a telepathic connection with each other. Chapter 1742. Luo Brothers? Upon hearing Guolu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have heard of the Luo brothers before. Great young Miss Wang, have you heard of the Luo brothers? Duan Lingtian could not recall anything at this moment. He could not help but ask Wang Feixian, who was next to him through voice transmission. Aren't the Luo brothers the two most powerful people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace? They're even stronger than Guolu. However, with your current cultivation base, it'll be easy for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they join forces, you might not be able to win. After all, you've just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It was rare for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak to Wang Feixian. When Wang Feixian heard his question, she immediately responded, as though she was afraid someone would beat her to it if she was too slow. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian was communicating with her through voice transmission. Others would not be able to hear it at all. I remember now. With Wang Feixian's reminder, Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when the news of him coming to a draw with Guolu spread in the Heaven Palace, he had heard that Guolu was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. His strength was only inferior to a pair of twins. The twins were the Luo brothers. However, at that time, he did not think much of it. In his opinion, the Luo brothers' strength was not much different from Guolu's. If he wanted to, he could easily defeat them. Twin brothers? Telepathy? Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the Luo brothers before, he did not know much about them. After hearing Guolu and Wang Feixian's words, he became curious. Senior brother Guolu, I don't know the Luo brothers at all. Why would they challenge me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Guolu didn't hide anything, and told him about the conflict between him and the Luo brothers. In the end, he said with an apologetic expression, Junior brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you into this, but the two of them really went too far. Besides, I believe that with your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they want to join forces, you must not accept the challenge. In that situation, even if you don't accept the challenge, no one will say anything about you. Instead, they will say that they are useless and only dare to fight you if they join forces. As he finished speaking, Guolu reminded him again. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Luo brothers when he heard Guolu talking about their belligerence. If it was just a normal battle lust, it could be interpreted as a pursuit of martial arts. However, the Luo brothers didn't even let go of those who had lost to them. Just like Guolu, even though he had already admitted defeat, they still continued to provoke him, forcing him to make a move and humiliating him. In his opinion, both of their belligerence had reached the point of abnormality. He was disgusted by it. Only a saint stage genius like Ling Tian is worthy of this great young Miss Wang from the tyrannic Saber Mansion. More and more people gathered around them. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples, there were also many Earth Palaces, Mystical Palaces, and Yellow Palace's disciples. The men looked at Ling Tian enviously while the women looked at Wang Feixian enviously. Wang Feixian was very attractive to the men present on the scene, but Duan Lingtian was also very attractive to the women present on the scene. Junior brother Lingtian, we're all very curious. Have you already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, after coming out from the spirit pool? Soon after, a middle-aged Heaven Palace's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. They were also very curious about this. Among them, Wang Feixian was included as well. 3 days ago, Wang Feixian had asked Duan Lingtian if he had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian had only smiled and did not answer her directly. Although she was almost certain Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, she still wanted to hear the answer from Duan Lingtian at this moment. Faced with the group of people's attention, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Is this important? Was this important? Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to give such an answer. The crowd fell silent immediately. Many people even thought to themselves, looks like this Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Humph! What a bluff! A loud voice suddenly resonated in the air when the atmosphere became slightly gloomy due to Duan Lingtian's indifferent reply. Following that, two tall figures walked out from behind the crowd and entered Duan Lingtian's line of sight in just a blink of an eye. These were two young men dressed in white who looked exactly the same. The person who spoke was none other than the white-clad young man with a black mole between his brows. He's the younger brother of the Luo brothers, Luo He. At the same time, Guolu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him. The one with a red mole between his brows is the elder brother, Luo Shan. Luo Shan and Luo He. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he glanced at the two men indifferently. He could feel the intense hostility in their eyes. If it was not for Guolu's reminder, he would have been puzzled as to why these two men whom he had never met before would look at him with such hostility. However, with Guolu's reminder, he was already used to it. It's the Luo brothers. Don't tell me there's a conflict between these two brothers and Ling Tian. I'm not sure. Based on their actions, I don't believe there's no conflict between them at all. When the onlookers saw the Luo brothers appearing in such a domineering manner and opposing Duan Lingtian, they looked at them expectantly. Bluff. Luo He, what do you mean? Guolu stood next to Duan Lingtian and looked at Luo He with a grave expression as he stood next to Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me he's not bluffing? Luo He sneered. If he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, why can't he admit it? In my opinion, although he has gone through the baptism in our Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he definitely hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not that easy to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Guolu, you're really getting worse as you age. Luo Shan looked at Guolu and sneered. He's just a disciple who has just entered our mystical sky mansion. And yet, you're trying to curry favor with him. Are you willing to be his dog and follow him everywhere? Guolu did not expect Luo Shan to have such a sharp tongue. He was so angry that his face turned red. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm spouting nonsense. The sneer on Luo Shan's face deepened. If I'm spouting nonsense, would you stand on his side and stand up for him? He's my friend, Guolu said in a deep voice. What nonsense? Friend? What a joke. Luo Shan said disdainfully. As far as I know, you've only met him once before today. Moreover, you even fought during the first time you met. However, this is only the second time you've met him. And you're telling me he's your friend? Are you trying to tell me you don't know each other and appreciate each other? So what if I do? Guolu said coldly. Luo Shan opened his mouth and was about to say something when Duan Lingtian's hand landed on Guolu's shoulder. Senior brother Guolu, some people don't even have friends. What's the difference between discussing this with him and playing the lute to a cow? Playing the lute to a cow. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone looked at Luo Shan strangely. In the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, the Luo brothers did not have many friends due to their arrogance. Even if they did have friends, they were just fair-weather friends. For this reason, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a needle that pierced the Luo brothers' Achilles' heel. Both of their expressions turned grave immediately. Playing the lute to a cow. This analogy is quite apartment. Many of the onlookers laughed. Most of these people were not afraid of the Luo brothers. Some of them even came from the main mansion. They were all eminent saint stage disciples, who were ranked on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. You're right, junior brother Ling Tian. I've been too sensitive. When Guolu heard Duan Lingtian's analogy, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. At the same time, he nodded solemnly and played along. Ling Tian, everyone says you're very talented and strong, but I can't believe you're so good at talking as well. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Do you dare to fight with me, Luo He? Luo He, who had a grave expression, took a step forward and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he issued a challenge. Whoosh! Although many people had vaguely guessed this would happen, they still burst into an uproar when they saw it with their own eyes. Luo He was challenging Ling Tian. Everyone present, especially the Heaven Palace's disciples, was very familiar with Luo He. Luo He was a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator. His strength could be ranked second among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace, second only to his twin brother Luo Shan. As a Heaven Palace's disciple, Luo He's strength was widely acknowledged. Even among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the mystical sky mansion, it was not difficult for Luo He to be ranked in the top 5. Unlike Luo He, Ling Tian had only entered the mystical sky mansion 3 months ago. Although he had just entered the mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian's fame was much greater than Luo He. In the Heaven Palace, perhaps everyone knew about Luo He and Ling Tian, but in the entire mystical sky mansion, there were definitely more people who knew about Ling Tian. This was because Ling Tian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Many people even said the mansion master of mystical sky mansion intended to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple. However, today, Luo He actually wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Isn't Luo He afraid that Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Many people looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Just like what Luo He said earlier, based on Ling Tian's reaction earlier, it's highly likely that his cultivation base has not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Perhaps it's because of this that he has the courage to challenge Ling Tian. More and more people whispered among themselves. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.